Chapter 992. 3 requests, huh? If it does not violate his principles, Ning Fan was willing to agree to the 3 requests of Phoenix Emperor Chongming. That was his personality. He would definitely repay the kindness of others. Phoenix Emperor Chongming had also seen through Ning Fan's personality. That was why he took out the Thunder King seal when Immortal Loli could not hold on any longer. This seal might be of great help to the evolution of Immortal Loli's lightning body. If Ning Fan does not repay such a great favor, he would not be Ning Fan. I wonder what request Senior has. I'm all ears. The first request is that you protect my daughter well. Help her return her 7 spiritual souls to 1 and help her break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. If she likes you, you can marry her. If you don't like her, you are not allowed to touch her. When she breaks through to the Immortal Emperor realm, send her back to the Soaring Sky Phoenix clan. You must promise me this. Phoenix Emperor Chongming's expression was solemn. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Doesn't Phoenix Emperor Chongming intend to save his daughter directly? Thinking about it, it makes sense. This Phoenix Emperor Chongming had painstakingly schemed to send his daughter to Ning Fan so that he could save her. Before she recovers, he naturally would not take her away. Not being able to pluck the Phoenix Maiden was a small matter. It was just one less eternal cauldron. To the current Ning Fan, it was not a big deal. The troublesome thing was that Phoenix Emperor Chongming also wanted Ning Fan to help his daughter break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Senior, are you joking? I'm still far away from breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm myself. How am I going to help your daughter? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. If you can't do it now, won't you be able to do it in the future? I'm very confident in you. You can even kill the 9th Barbarian God. What else can't you do? Am I right, 10th Barbarian God? Phoenix Emperor Chongming said with a faint smile. He even managed to predict the secret of Ning Fan killing Enemo and advancing to the 10th Barbarian God. This man's divination technique is really heaven-defying. Senior seems to know quite a lot. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. Don't worry, this old man has a favor to ask of you. Even if I know something, I will keep my mouth shut. This old man doesn't need you to do too much for Lan Er. I only hope that you can help her to the best of your abilities. You are her destined fire. With you around, you will be able to ignite her fate. She will definitely be able to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm with your help. Phoenix Emperor Chongming sighed. Lan Er was the name of his daughter. Unfortunately, he didn't have long to live. In these few hundred years, he probably wouldn't be able to see the day his daughter became a Tharch. Great Emperor Chonghe and Phoenix Emperor Chongming were both people who were good at scheming. Ning Fan did not have a good impression of Chonghe, but he did not hate Chongming. At this moment, Chongming wasn't a high and mighty demon Tharch. He was just a father who cared about his daughter. The first request isn't difficult. I agree to it, Senior. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. It was a pity that all parents cared about their children. Even an immortal emperor couldn't avoid this. Good. With these words from you, Rain Lord, this old man can rest assured. My second request is for you, Rain Lord, to make a promise. What promise? If the last bit of the bloodline of the Phoenix clan is about to disappear one day, I hope that Rain Lord can lend a hand and protect a part of the bloodline. I don't need to protect all of them. As long as the bloodline of the Phoenix clan can continue, it will be enough. Phoenix Emperor Chongming's eyes were filled with worry. That worry was not only because he was worried about his daughter, but also the future of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan is a first-rate true spirit clan. It won't be to the point where its bloodline will disappear, right? Ning Fan said. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Even if it's the result of my deduction, it might not necessarily be unchangeable. It's just one of the changes that will happen in the future. Just tell me if you agree to my request or not. Ning Fan pondered for a while, and finally nodded his head. This is also not difficult. If the bloodline of the Phoenix clan really goes extinct one day, I dare not say that I can protect the entire Phoenix clan, but I can still protect a part of the cultivators of the clan. If that's the case, this old man has one more wish fulfilled. Phoenix Emperor Chongming nodded his head in satisfaction. After remaining silent for a while, he continued. My third request is to ask for a treasure from little friend. What treasure? Yin-Yang Square Seal. Ning Fan was stunned. Then he immediately guessed Phoenix Emperor Chongming's intention. That Yin-Yang Square Seal was a magic treasure that Taoist Musang had painstakingly refined. In order to refine this treasure, he had once killed 4 dragons and 4 phoenixes, and used the souls of 8 demon emperors to create this seal. One of the 4 phoenixes that Taoist Musang killed was an old friend of mine. That old friend brought this upon himself. Therefore, I don't blame Musang for killing her. However, I still want to ask for this seal, and bring it back to the Phoenix clan. After that, I will bury the souls of the 4 Phoenix Emperors sealed within it so that my old friend can rest in peace. In the past, when this seal was in Musang's hands, I didn't dare to go to the Wooden Island to ask for it as a member of a foreign race. Now that this seal is in your hands, it's much easier for me to ask for it. Ning Fan hesitated for a moment. This Yin-Yang Square Seal was currently his strongest offensive magic treasure. It was just a step away from advancing to the innate mid-grade. If he gives it to Phoenix Emperor Chongming, his combat power would certainly be greatly reduced. However, Ning Fan's hesitation only lasted for a moment. In the end, he nodded and handed the seal to Phoenix Emperor Chongming. Phoenix Emperor Chongming had even given him the innate mid-grade Thunder King seal. If he was reluctant to give up an innate magic treasure that had yet to reach the innate mid-grade, it would be rather petty of him. Little friend, thank you for giving me this seal. A seal for a seal. A woman for a woman. Everything is destined in the unseen world. It's the will of the heavens. Phoenix Emperor Chongming was filled with emotions. His expression was filled with indescribable loneliness. He removed his storage pouch and directly handed it to Ning Fan. There were not many things inside the storage pouch. Instead, it was filled with some medicinal herbs that were at least 1,000,000 years old. There were even 4 tufts of innate spiritual herbs. Great Soul Ganoderma, Spirit Mending Leaf, 17 Phoenix Bloodvine, Spirit Extending Purple Wood. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. All of these 4 tufts of innate spiritual herbs were actually soul-nourishing spiritual herbs. According to my deduction, in order to help Lon Air's 7 souls return to 1, I will need at least 7 different types of innate soul-nourishing spiritual herbs. Besides, I will also need a 2nd-level Heavenly Being Realm Cultivator to save her. Unfortunately, connate spirit herbs were hard to come by, and soul-nourishing spirit herbs were even rarer. I have traveled all over the Heaven Demon Realm, and I have only found these 4 types. The remaining 3 types should be found in the Extreme Dan Sacred Region. I am the Demon Race Great Emperor, and being able to enter the Eastern Heaven is also the limit. The Eastern Heaven Emperors will not allow me to go to the Extreme Dan Sacred Region. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to search for the herbs. I'll give this treasure to you. Phoenix Monarch Chongming took out a purple compass and passed it to Ning Fan. There were 3 eyes drawn on the surface of the compass. Indistinctly, it gave off an innate prestige. This is? Ning Fan asked. This is the treasure-searching compass refined by this old man. It is a Xiantian low-grade treasure. Although it has no offensive or defensive power, it is good at tracking and searching. With this item, it will be much more convenient for little friend to search for medicine in the Extreme Dan Sacred Region. After that, Phoenix Emperor Chongming explained the usage of the treasure-searching compass to Ning Fan in detail. He spoke very seriously, which showed how much importance he attached to the search for the medicine. However, his expression was a little desolate, as if he was regretting that he could not save his daughter with his own hands. I'll give you a few more things before I leave. I've already spent quite some time in the Eastern Heaven. I can't stay any longer. If I stay any longer, some of the great Eastern Heaven sovereigns will be dissatisfied. Senior, don't you want to meet your daughter? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. It's better if I don't meet her. I don't want her to see me in this lifeless state. Phoenix Monarch Chongming sighed. Senior is an immortal emperor. Even though your injuries are severe, can't they be healed? Ning Fan voiced out the doubt in his heart. It's not difficult to heal my injuries. However, my life force has run out. This is the real cause of my death. If one's life force runs out, is there really no way to save them? Ning Fan's heart felt heavy. Xian Xian's life force has run out. If he insists on saving her, can he succeed? Even though he has obtained the Thunder King seal, some people can still be saved even when their life force runs out. It's just like a candle that has been extinguished. As long as the method is right, it can be reignited. However, there are some people who cannot be saved because they have used up their life force. They only have themselves to blame. They have sacrificed the candle itself. I am one of them. The Palace Lord of the Extreme Lightning Palace isn't one of them. Thus she can still be saved. You don't have to worry about this. Finding the Thunder King seal is an opportunity for her life force to reverse. Something like life force was too mysterious. Even though Phoenix Monarch Chongming was an expert in this, he could not explain it to Ning Fan in just a few words. He was not a member of the Purple Cuckoo clan, but he chose to cultivate the Purple Cuckoo bloodline and learn the 3 lives technique. Thus he had violated the first taboo. The 3 lives technique only gave him 3 chances to perform divination. He had already used up all of them and violated the second taboo. His life force did not run out by himself. Instead, it was because he had made a deal with the heavens. He lost the candle and did not have the qualification to reignite it. In this case, even the blood of the 9 raccoon could not save cultivators like him. I have been pursuing the great Tao of divination for my entire life. Because of this, I have violated the taboo time and time again. If I die because of this, I won't feel the slightest bit of regret in my heart. Because this is originally an equivalent exchange. There is no way to save my life force. Death is inevitable. From the first time I made a deal with the heavens, I was already prepared for it. Thus, I don't have any dissatisfaction. However, I also have my reverse phoenix bloodline. I won't be willing to die peacefully. If I die, I will certainly die with a bang so that I won't let down the phoenix bloodline. If there is really a great calamity of heaven and earth, I will continue to hold on until that day comes. If the heavens want to take my life, they can do so. However, I have to decide the method of my death myself. Phoenix Monarch Chongming's eyes were filled with arrogance. That was the pride that belonged to the Phoenix clan. I have drunk 20 drops of the Phoenix soul wine in this gourd. It is enough for me to hold on for a few more years. The remaining 80 drops belong to you. With this item, you, the descendant of ancient chaos, will be able to cultivate the bloodline of the Phoenix clan that is above the ancestral bloodline. You will also have a slight chance of awakening the strongest innate ability of the Phoenix clan. The strongest ability of the Phoenix clan was the Phoenix's nirvana. It was an extremely powerful undying ability. Ning Fan was greatly moved. Could these mere 80 drops of Phoenix soul wine help him cultivate the ancestral bloodline of the Phoenix clan? He even has a chance of awakening the innate ability of the Phoenix clan's Phoenix's nirvana? Don't look down on this wine. It is brewed from the Phoenix soul fruit of the Wutong tree that my father left behind after countless generations of Phoenix cultivators died. In my Phoenix clan, this Phoenix soul wine represents the inheritance of the bloodline. It is no small matter. You must not look down on this wine. Phoenix Monarch Chongming's expression was solemn. It was a solemn look that no one would dare to look down on their ancestors. Take it. Phoenix Monarch Chongming passed the burning gourd of wine to Ning Fan. This time, Ning Fan did not decline and accepted the wine. He agreed to 3 of Phoenix Monarch Chongming's requests, and also took away the 3 benefits including the Thunder King seal. As such, he no longer owed Phoenix Monarch Chongming anything. Throughout history, only the men of the Phoenix clan can drink this wine. If it is not because of this, I will certainly leave this wine for my daughter. After you obtain this wine, you will certainly be able to cultivate the Phoenix bloodline. You will also have karma with my Phoenix clan. Of course, this wine also has another great benefit for you. You will know about it in the future. As the 2 parties of the transaction, you and I have already formed karma with each other. However, as a senior of the Phoenix clan, I have the obligation to give you some pointers. Let me tell you about my experience in divining heaven and earth for many years. When a person is walking on the road, how many li can be covered in 2 hours and how many hours it will take for them to reach their destination. Deduction, on the other hand, is different. It doesn't need to calculate these things. Instead, it needs to calculate those variables, those accidents. It's like when this person will stop, when he will leave, when will it be auspicious, when will it be inauspicious, 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 when will it be inauspicious? The changes in the world are all controlled by the will of heaven. The so-called divination is actually to figure out the will of heaven. Heaven's will is like the wind. It has no form, no body, no trace, no root, and no duckweed. But even the wind has a sound, and there are things that can be analyzed. The wind rises without a sound. It makes a sound when it meets something. The sound of something is loud. The sound of something is loud. The sound of something is soft. There is resistance and there is resistance. There is silence when there is no obstruction. And the response is calm. This is the sound of the wind. Little friend, do you know the meaning of the word phoenix? Our Phoenix clan is going to add another stroke to the wind of the will of the heavens. We are going against the will of the heavens to change the will of the heavens. Because it was disobedient, it became a phoenix. Because of this, even though the ancient phoenix knew that it was about to run out of luck, it still wanted to enter the flames to undergo nirvana. What it sought was the chance to be reborn in the flames. What it sought was that if there was no way out, it would defy the heavens one last time. It vowed to fight for its luck against the heavens one more time. Do you know that at the place where the phoenix dies, if its blood splashes the sky, a parasol tree will surely grow? Have you seen the heroic death of a real phoenix? Have you seen the unyielding will of the parasol tree that grows from the blazing flames? Have you heard of the funeral song of the Phoenix clan? The phoenix soars in the 9 heavens. It will not perch unless it is a parasol. The demon battles against the mortal world. It will not obey unless it is its master. It is willing to be buried in the blazing flames. It would rather die than obey. It will sing angrily to the heavens, and become a sovereign in the next life. Phoenix Emperor Chongming's voice was old and hoarse. Singing the funeral song of the Phoenix clan gave people a desolate and tragic feeling. When the song ended, Phoenix Emperor Chongming suddenly cupped his fists and bowed to Ning Fan. Even though I have made 3 requests, I still have my own selfish motives. I care about the Phoenix clan and the soul of my old friend. However, what I care about more is my daughter. I will entrust my daughter to you. Ning Fan, remember what you have promised me. This bow actually gave Ning Fan a feeling that he was entrusting his daughter to him. Then he turned around and left. The funeral song of the Phoenix clan was still echoing in the night. Phoenix Emperor Chongming walked further and further away in the darkness. Gradually, his figure could not be seen anymore. When the wind blew, his white hair became a little messy. In the end, he did not go to see his daughter. One reason was that he did not want her to see him being severely injured and dying. The other reason was that he did not know what to say to his daughter. How many years had it been since he had a proper conversation with his daughter? He could not remember clearly. It seemed that ever since Lan Er's mother passed away, he had been putting on a stern face forever. Occasionally, the words that he said to her were all stern reprimands. "Father, I want to rest today. I don't want to cultivate." "No. But today is the anniversary of my mother's death." As a cultivator, we should abandon our personal feelings and seek the Tao of heaven. Every time a cultivator goes into seclusion, it would usually last for hundreds or thousands of years. If we celebrate the anniversary of the deceased every year, how can we continue cultivating? Yes, Lan Er understands. "Father, the aura force of this Phoenix Chi mountain is too heavy. Lan Er can't walk anymore. Can you carry me on your back?" "No." As the next Phoenix consort Tian Lan, if you can't even endure this little bit of hardship, how can you become outstanding? But, no buts. Yes. Lan Er understands. "Father, I want to." "No. This is too dangerous." "Father, no. This woman is not a kind person. You can't befriend her anymore." "Father." "Yes." Lan Er understands. Phoenix Emperor Chongming walked to the riverside of the Eastern Heaven Realm. His face looked older and older. It seemed like he had been too strict with his daughter in these years. Now that he left, would there be no chance for him to redeem himself? He just stood at the side of the realm river. He climbed the river and then went to the shore. He hesitated and looked around. In the end, he let out a sigh and walked to the realm river, and left above the night sky of the extreme lightning palace. Ning Fan withdrew his rein intent. He already knew that Phoenix Emperor Chongming had really left. The realm river is the boundary that separates the four heavens' immortal worlds. It is also the only way to get to the heavenly demon world through the red penetrating passageway. Rumor has it that countless ferocious foreign races are lurking in the depths of the realm river. Even immortal emperors who enter the depths of the realm river recklessly will most likely die. In the past, the Thunder King seal was snatched by Sun Luo. However, no one knows how it ended up in the depths of the realm river. This Phoenix Emperor Chongming must have gone through countless bloody battles all the way to the depths of the realm river in search of the Thunder King seal. I have indeed received the Thunder King seal. I will take good care of your daughter for you. In a flash, Ning Fan entered the profound Eastern world, and arrived at the Palace of Repentance. He then released the 7 consorts of Tianlan. Why did you suddenly let me go? The 7 ladies were a little scared and answered at the same time. Could it be that Ning Fan had changed his mind and decided not to cure them, and was going to pluck them directly? Don't worry. I have made some promises with your father. I won't do anything to you anymore. From today onwards, you are no longer my human cauldron. Instead, you are my guest. After I fulfill my promise with your father, I will send you back to the Tianlan Phoenix clan in one piece. However, before I fulfill my promise, I hope you can behave yourself and don't cause me any trouble. I still can't remove the restriction on your body for the time being, because I still can't trust you. Therefore, I will seal your cultivation base for the next few days. However, I won't restrict your daily life. I hope you can understand this. The 7 ladies' faces turned slightly pale. They said bitterly, "So it turns out that father has been here. No wonder you suddenly changed your attitude towards us. I didn't expect that father actually didn't save us directly, but made a promise with you instead. Sure enough, he must have decided to abandon us because he thinks that we have embarrassed the Tianlan Phoenix clan." Abandon? Ning Fan shook his head. He took out a blank jade slip and recorded the scene where he met Phoenix Emperor Chongming on it. He only deleted some of the parts that were related to his secrets. You can take a look at the specific content of the promise. Before I help you return your 7 souls to 1, you will temporarily stay in the profound Eastern world. Ning Fan arranged the residences of the 7 ladies in the profound world, and was about to leave. At this moment, the 7 ladies suddenly called out to him at the same time. "What's the matter?" Ning Fan halted his footsteps and asked, "My name is Qi Yilan. Since you have made a promise with my father, the grudges between us in the past will be written off. Before I leave, I will listen to you obediently and won't cause you any trouble." "That's good." Ning Fan left the profound Eastern world, and went straight to the Western world. He entered a Millennium Tower to enter seclusion. In the transaction with Phoenix Emperor Chongming, he lost the Yin-Yang four-sided seal, but obtained the Thunder King seal, the treasure-searching compass, and 80 drops of Phoenix Soul Wine. The reason why Ning Fan entered this Millennium Tower was naturally to refine the Phoenix Soul Wine. Judging from Phoenix Emperor Chongming's tone, this Phoenix Soul Wine must have a great origin. However, Ning Fan would only know how great it was after he personally tasted it. Hence, 1,000 years passed in the Millennium Tower with a flick of a finger. When Ning Fan walked out of the Millennium Tower once again, his cultivation base had greatly changed. His other cultivation bases remained the same. Only his ancient demon cultivation base had risen all the way to the peak of the early shedding void realm. He was just short of the heart tribulation, and he would be able to break through to the mid-shedding void realm. In his left eye there was an additional star. It was the star of demon Yin-Yang. He had already cultivated it within 1,000 years. Phoenix Yin-Yang. Because of the Phoenix Soul Wine, the ancestral blood of the demon race in his body had directly produced a drop of the ancestral blood of the Phoenix clan. It could be said that his bloodline had improved tremendously. The Phoenix clan was good at controlling fire. After cultivating the bloodline of the Phoenix clan, Ning Fan's ability to control fire immediately increased tremendously. The lord position of the Phoenix clan was similar to fire, but it was different from the pure fire position. It was not as upright and majestic. Instead, it gave people a strange and ever-changing feeling. However, what Ning Fan did not expect was that with the power of the Phoenix Soul Wine, he actually awakened the strongest innate ability of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix Nirvana. However, the Phoenix Nirvana that he awakened seemed to be a little different from other Phoenix cultivators. When other Phoenix cultivators underwent Phoenix Nirvana, the color of their flames were mostly brilliant. However, Ning Fan's entire body was covered in black flames. Not only did the black flames contain the innate abilities of the Phoenix clan, but it also contained the power of the undying bloodline and the Black Star technique. It was because of this that it was black. To you, there is another great benefit of this wine. You will know about it in the future. Phoenix Emperor Chongming's words resounded in Ning Fan's ears again. Could it be that the great benefit that Phoenix Emperor Chongming mentioned refers to the new ability that was formed by fusing the Phoenix Nirvana, the undying bloodline and the Black Star technique together? Feeling the Phoenix Nirvana that was formed by the fusion of the three abilities, Ning Fan's expression changed greatly. His current physical body's self-healing ability was rather terrifying. The injuries caused by the attacks of the cultivators in the void-shedding world could heal themselves almost instantly and be reborn in the blazing flames. In the past, when Ning Fan's undying bloodline awakened, he had the thought of fusing the undying bloodline and the Black Star technique into a new ability. He did not expect that after the transaction with Phoenix Emperor Chongming, he would unintentionally accomplish this, and it would be even more perfect. It was not the fusion of two abilities but three. If he cultivates the Phoenix clan's Nirvana ability to a higher level, if he cultivates the undying bloodline and the Black Star technique to a higher level, the recovery ability of this technique would be even stronger. In that case, I should really thank Chongming for giving me the Phoenix Soul Wine. However, I wonder why the Undying Great Emperor, the Ancestral Phoenix and the Heavenly Sovereign didn't use the Phoenix Soul Wine to fuse their abilities and make them stronger. Or perhaps, only cultivators at the Yin-Yang transformation realm like me can achieve this. The truth was just as Ning Fan had guessed. If it were other cultivators, it would be impossible for them to fuse three types of abilities even if they had the Phoenix Soul Wine. Only cultivators at the Yin-Yang transformation realm, who were born with an all-encompassing nature, and the help of the Phoenix Soul Wine could achieve this. Besides, not only would they need to cultivate the Yin-Yang transformation realm and the chaotic loop art, they would also need the help of the Yin-Yang locket. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to fuse the different abilities into one. Now that I have the Thunder King seal in my hands, the evolution of Xian Xian's lightning body should be much smoother. Ning Fan walked out of the profound Yin world. In the next few months, the immortal Loli recovered from her injuries while Lan Xiaoqian and the other women were filled with joy. They were busy preparing for the next evolution of their lightning body. The four women did not expect that Ning Fan would actually be able to find the Thunder King seal that had been missing for many years. One should know that even the 1,000-yen Great Emperor of the Eastern Sky who was the best in divination could not find the whereabouts of the Thunder King seal in the past. How did Ning Fan find the Thunder King seal? It's really unbelievable. The four women asked Ning Fan, but he only smiled without answering them. Finally, the immortal Loli's injuries were completely healed. She was obviously very nervous about the next evolution of her lightning body. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was not nervous at all. He could see that after the Thunder King seal was found, the immortal Loli's fate had returned. Fate was really something that was hard to grasp. It was just like the heavens will that great Emperor Chongming mentioned, and the howling of the wind, as expected. The evolution of her lightning body was exceptionally smooth this time. In the end, she succeeded. The immortal Loli's naked body was growing bit by bit in front of Ning Fan's eyes. She was getting more and more voluptuous. A naked woman with silver hair fluttering in the wind stood up from the lightning pool and opened her eyes. Half of her beautiful eyes were blank, and the other half were complicated. Besides that, there was also an aura force that was as vast as the starry sky. It was a powerful aura field that only belonged to an eternal seven tribulation immortal emperor. When she noticed Ning Fan who was standing beside her, her flawless face suddenly flushed red. Her eyes, however, were unprecedentedly distant. Damn it! Why am I not wearing any clothes? Why am I naked in front of a strange man? No. It's not a strange man. He's very familiar. If it wasn't for this familiar feeling that seeped into her bones, it's impossible for her to stand naked in front of him so calmly. Shouldn't my first reaction be to scream? Shouldn't I be embarrassed and angry? Shouldn't I be wearing my clothes immediately? Why am I so used to it? More and more memories emerged in her mind like tidal waves. All of them were her calling the man in front of her father. She, the dignified white emperor, the dignified Lan Yunxian, actually acknowledged a father when she lost her memories. But why didn't she reject him? But this isn't right. She's the palace lord of the Extreme Lightning Palace. She's the face of the 3000 Lightning Realm. I can't call him that anymore, however, at this moment. Even more memories filled up her mind. The scenes in the 3000 Lightning Realm. The scenes in the desolate world. When her primordial spirit was captured in the desolate world. It was this man who risked his life to save her. When her lightning body evolved, this man risked his life again, and again to bring her out of the lightning storm in the lightning pool. He even roared at the heavens because her fate was exhausted. What if I have to go against the heavens' will? Today, I want to protect her. In the future, I want to pave a path for her future. Even the heavens cannot stop me from doing this. I am the only one who can decide her fate. More and more memories emerged in her mind. It would be a lie if Lan Yunxian said that she was not touched. However, now that she had regained her memories, she was no longer the immortal lowly with a lively personality. She really could not call Ningfan father. What shocked her was that she actually did not reject being naked in front of Ningfan. A part of her personality was still that of an immortal lowly. It's just that she had become more mature. I think I should put on my clothes first. Even though she was not shy at all. Lan Yunxian waved her palm, and the surrounding lightning power instantly turned into a light bathrobe, covering her body. She tried her best to be indifferent and distant. She tried her best to tell Ningfan that she was no longer an immortal lowly. Young Master Ning, I want to talk to you. She wanted to say that. Why did the words come out of her mouth so easily? Father, I want to hug you. Ningfan was stunned and could not react in time. Lan Xiaoqian and the other women were also stunned. Why would the cold and aloof palace lord say such childish words? Could it be that she had not regained her memories? Lan Yunxian really wanted to eat her own tongue. After becoming an immortal lowly for such a long time, all the bits and pieces of her life with Ningfan had already melted into her bones. The immortal lowly had said this kind of nonsense many times in the past. Now it was really difficult to change her words. Young Master Ning, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Lan Yunxian explained apologetically. Her apology made Ningfan sigh even more. Sure enough, Lan Yunxian, who had regained her memories, was no longer the naked little girl who was mischievous in the past. She had become estranged from him. This was also normal. He and Lan Yunxian had been in contact for 100 years. However, Lan Yunxian was someone who had lived for millions of years. A mere 100 years of memories was just a drop of water in the long river of her life. In the past, Ningfan was everything to the immortal lowly. He was her father in the heavens. Today, he was just a drop in the long river of countless lives. From today onwards, there would no longer be an immortal lowly who would jump around and pester him in his life. It's all right. I've finished my business in the Extreme Lightning Palace. It's time for me to leave. Palace Lord Lan, after the evolution of your lightning body, remember to go into seclusion. These pills. Ningfan wanted to take some pills for Lan Yunxian. After he took them out, he realized that all the high-grade pills in his hands were coated with syrup. It seems like I can't give them to others anymore. Forget it. Go into seclusion. I'm leaving. Ningfan sighed and turned around to leave the Extreme Lightning Palace. Lan Yunxian's heart ached. She did not know why, but when she saw Ningfan's lonely back, she actually felt like crying. However, she still could not call out father. Don't go in the end. Palace Lord. Lan Xiaoqian and the others did not know what to say. I want some peace and quiet. Lan Yunxian took a gentle breath and suppressed the various emotions in her heart. She must calm down. The current her was not like her past self at all. The four ladies left. She was still in seclusion in the lightning pool. Ning Fan did not take the Thunder King seal with him but left it to her. The surroundings were quiet. Unknowingly, she recalled the carefree days when she was with Ning Fan. She could not calm down at all. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was extremely calm. After all, before he sent the immortal lowly back, he was already mentally prepared. Besides, the current Lan Yunxian obviously still cared about him very much. It was just that she could not cross the threshold and could not call him father. It was already not bad. At least he did not turn against Lan Yunxian. At the very least, he still had some feelings for her. Why did I pick up such a little girl in the past? Ning Fan sighed with emotion. The scenes of them being together for 100 years replayed in front of his eyes. They were so close yet so far away. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. It's not like me to think too much. Very quickly, Ning Fan found a new thing that he could do to relieve his current complicated and tangled feelings. Old Wu's bottle seems to be almost repaired. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into a playful smile. Let's use the Old Wu 8 powder to relieve my boredom. Eastern Heaven, Water Curtain Star. The Shui family was one of the super forces in Eastern Heaven. The old ancestor of the Shui family was one of the immortal kings of Eastern Heaven. As it was an immortal king force, no one dared to provoke the Shui family. However, recently, it was said that a wretched cultivator with small eyes had extorted money from the Shui family. This was a top-notch news. Outside the Water Curtain City, a wretched old man in black robes sat on the ground and leaned against the huge stone pillar at the city gate. He did not mind the dirt on the ground. He was using his chopsticks to knock on a broken bowl, while singing happily. The cultivators who passed by pointed at the black-robed old man, but he did not care. Occasionally, there would be a few lackeys of the Shui family who wanted to chase the black-robed old man away. What was strange was that before they could get close to him, they would fall to the ground one after another. This was just too strange. As a cultivator, the probability of falling while walking should be close to zero even if it was not zero. How could there be so many people who could not even get close to the black-robed old man, and fell to the ground one after another? This man's cultivation base is unfathomable. His divine abilities are strange and hard to defend against. The cultivators of the Shui family were fearful of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man snorted coldly. He did not do anything at all right. It was these people who could not resist their bad luck. They could not blame him. Hee, it will be the minor heavenly tribulation of the old ancestor of the Shui family in another 10 days or so. To an immortal king, a minor heavenly tribulation would not kill them. However, if he was here, Zachu. Old Wu suddenly sneezed. He had a bad premonition. He looked around suspiciously and finally heaved a sigh of relief. I am really too paranoid. It is impossible for that malefic star to appear at the last moment when I am about to fix the drowned world bottle. I am too paranoid. I must be too paranoid. Let's continue singing. Old Wu continued to hit the broken bowl happily and sang. Inside the broken bowl, an ugly but adorable little turtle rolled around happily, matching Old Wu's rhythm. A passerby pointed at Old Wu and suddenly, his magic power got stuck. He had actually suffered from qi deviation. A burly man cursed Old Wu in a low voice. Suddenly he bit his tongue and blood filled his mouth. A beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Old Wu. A gust of wind blew her skirt up high, causing many cultivators to stare at her with wide eyes. There were even more bizarre things happening on the Water Curtain planet. The Water Curtain Immortal King really could not sit still anymore. These days, the closer he was to the minor heavenly tribulation, the more he felt like he was suffering from qi deviation. This feeling was too strange. He was a dignified immortal king. How could he suffer from qi deviation during a minor heavenly tribulation? Could it be that the legend was true? The legend of the Black Fate sect. That damn turtle bastard sect. That cultivator with the surname Wu still wants the empty spirit supreme water bead? Did he say anything else? Water Curtain Immortal King sighed helplessly. Could it be that this time he really had to spend money to avoid this disaster? Damn turtle bastard sect. Chapter 993. Hearing Water Curtain Immortal King's question. The people below were a little scared. They answered hesitantly. Replying to Old Ancestor, that Wu cultivator's appetite is even bigger this time. Not only does he want the empty supreme water bead, he also wants... What? It had only been a few days. How could he increase the price? What else does he want before he is willing to leave Water Curtain Star? Water Curtain Immortal Monarch was enraged. He also wants 3 trillion Dao crystals. He said that he helped my Shui family watch the city gate for 3 days in Water Curtain City, so he can't watch it for nothing. 1 trillion a day. And he also said that the longer the ancestor drags it out, the more money he will ask for. He can afford it, but the Shui family might not be able to afford it, and the ancestor's heavenly tribulation might not be able to afford it either. Bang! Water Curtain Immortal Monarch laughed in anger. 1 trillion a day to look at the city gate? What a joke! Was this old Wu's net worth that high? Did he think he was a sage to be? Even if he was a quasi-sage, he wouldn't ask for so many Dao crystals to guard the door. Did they really think that their Shui family was easy to bully? Men, go to the Dao spring. Take my water-splitting God-perishing halberd. This halberd should be almost fully repaired. This tortoise doesn't want to leave? Fine, I'll beat him until he leaves. People say that the inheritor of black luck cannot be killed, and that killing him is inauspicious. Humph, this old man wants to see if this inheritor of black luck can be killed or not. The people below trembled even more. I'm afraid we can't do this. There's a mistake in the process of repairing the water-splitting divine halberd. We can't use it for the time being. What? Water Curtain Immortal Monarch was shocked. The water-splitting God-perishing halberd was a 12th Nirvana magic treasure that he had refined for many years. Because of the previous battle, the magic treasure's spirit was slightly damaged, so he handed it over to his servants to repair. But that was only a small damage, and it was extremely easy to repair. All they needed to do was place it in the Taoist spring to nourish the artifact's spirit. They didn't need to do anything else. How could there be any mistakes in such a simple repair process? Old Ancestor, you might not know this, but just yesterday, the earth veins of the Water Curtain Star suddenly changed. The turbid gas that has been accumulating underground has surged out and polluted the Dao spring. It has worsened the injuries of the divine halberd of water splitting, and is on the verge of dissipating. If this treasure is not repaired, I'm afraid it can't be used anymore. Hiss. Water Curtain Immortal Monarch was shocked. It was such a coincidence that the earth veins changed once in a million years. How could it happen when he was repairing his magic treasure? Then take my immortal water bow. I want to kill that tortoise. Water Curtain Immortal King ordered again. I'm afraid it won't work either. I don't know why the bowstring of the immortal water bow was broken. The servants could only tremble. What? The bowstring of the immortal water bow was forged from the tendons of a horned dragon. It was impervious to fire and water, and almost invulnerable to blades and swords. Why did it suddenly break? Did someone sneak into the treasury and destroy the bowstring? Water Curtain Immortal Monarch was enraged. I'm innocent, Patriarch. A weapon refinement master has already examined it. That bowstring just happened to run out of durability, and it broke on its own. It's not our fault. Are you kidding me? The bowstring was broken early or late. As soon as Brother Wu arrived, it snapped. Don't use coincidence to brush me off. I don't believe it. Even though Water Curtain Immortal Monarch was still shouting angrily, she was actually a little afraid in her heart. Uncanny, too uncanny. As soon as Brother Wu arrived, everything went awry for him. He could not use 2 magical treasures in a row. Suddenly, a group of Shui clan's cultivators rushed into the hall. They were here to report some news to Water Curtain Immortal Monarch. Report. Guest Elder Lu Shernan was injured by a falling meteorite. Patriarch, please give him some medicine to save his life. Report. 4th Elder encountered a starry sky storm on his way back to Shui clan. He is now severely injured and on the verge of death. Patriarch, please use the clan's secret medicine to save him. Report. The ancient giant statue of the Water King Hall that has never been damaged has collapsed mysteriously. Report. The water curtain star's core is unstable. It is in danger of collapsing. Patriarch, please relocate the star as soon as possible. We need to find a new land for our clan. Report. Enough. Water curtain immortal monarch smashed the table and let out a long sigh. He believed it. He believed the legend. If he didn't drive Brother Wu away, his magic treasures would be destroyed by accident, his subordinates would be killed by accident, and even his lair would be destroyed. More importantly, his minor heavenly tribulation would arrive in 10 days. If it was before, he would never believe that his minor heavenly tribulation would cause chi deviation. But now he believed it. If he did not chase Brother Wu away or make an enemy of him, he would lose a layer of skin in the next minor heavenly tribulation, even if he did not die. The legend said that the Black Fate sect could not be talked about or provoked. The legend said that it was not good to offend the descendant of the Black Fate sect. If you killed the descendant of the Black Fate sect, you would be haunted by the Black Fate sect's dark luck and be cursed for life. Legend. Someone take the Void Spirit Supreme Water Pearl and 3 trillion Dao crystals, and give them to Brother Wu. Ask him to leave the water curtain star as soon as possible. Thus, Brother Wu left the water curtain star happily with the things he had extorted. Strangely enough, after he left, the water curtain star returned to normal. The stars no longer collapsed, the earth no longer cracked, and the earth veins returned to normal. The cultivators of the Shui clan who were plagued by bad luck got rid of their bad luck one after another. How dare you fight with me, Brother Wu? Why don't you measure your own luck first? Ever since this poor Taoist entered the world, other than Ning Fan that fiend, I have never been afraid of anyone below the quasi-saint realm. This water curtain immortal monarch could not even withstand 30% of my bad luck. Weak. Too weak. If I use 100% of my bad luck, wouldn't this grandson kneel down and beg for mercy? Brother Wu was in a good mood. Vast Ocean Sect, Long River Sect, Wild Goose Sect of Mo Star, Shui Clan of Water Curtain Star. In just 3 years, he had already blackmailed tens of Eastern Sky forces. In the past 3 years, he had plundered all the sects in Eastern Sky. Not only did he gather the materials to repair the flooded world bottle, he also obtained a lot of benefits. The days without the restraint of the fiend was really blissful. He missed the free and unrestrained days in the past. Unfortunately, that kind of free and unrestrained life was gone forever. It was better for him to accept his fate and obediently become Ning Fan's slave. Anyway, being a slave was not without its benefits. Brother Wu was open-minded about this point. Ever since I acknowledged the fiend as my master, I don't know why, but I can actually control my bad luck more and more freely. In the past, wherever I go, there will be bad luck. Now, only when I want someone to be unlucky, that person will be unlucky. Thanks to the fiend, the progress of my cultivation method is also incomparable to the past. In the past, it was extremely difficult to open the chi aperture, but now, I succeed one after another. In the past, I would need to fail hundreds and thousands of times to break through a bottleneck. Now it is extremely easy for me to break through dozens of bottlenecks. Master once said that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. For cultivators with bad luck like me, if we can find a turning point in our lives, we can turn misfortune into fortune, and become a first-class lucky star in the world. Now it seems like this old devil Ning is definitely the turning point in my life. According to the current cultivation speed, I am afraid it will not take long before I can touch the bottleneck of the second eternal tribulation. Following the fiend's life is actually not bad. Brother Wu secretly made a plan. Once he repaired the water flood bottle and took away the thing sealed inside, he would bring the bottle back to the fiend. With his current cultivation speed, he was confident that he could cultivate all the way to the immortal emperor realm if he followed the fiend for tens of thousands of years. Speaking of which, the materials to repair the bottle were already gathered. It was time to find a place to repair the bottle. Brother Wu took out the treasure-searching turtle and set a direction. Then he sped through countless galaxies and arrived outside a blue cultivation planet. This planet was called the Water Demon Planet. It was a cultivation planet where rogue cultivators gathered. There were not many cultivators on the planet. Most of them were water cultivators who had crossed the starry sky to cultivate on this planet. Brother Wu had calculated that the water vein of this water demon planet was quite good. It was a suitable place to repair the bottle. The process of repairing the water flood bottle would absorb all the water origin energy of the entire cultivation planet. After repairing the water flood bottle, the water demon planet would most likely become a wasted planet. However, this was not something that Brother Wu was concerned about. Within 100 breaths, all the cultivators on this planet are to scram out of this planet. This lowly Taoist wants this planet. Brother Wu lazily dug his nose. His voice was filled with ancient pressure, but it spread across the entire water demon planet. This caused all the cultivators on the planet to feel fear. At this moment, the expressions of all the cultivators on the water demon planet changed. Those who were in closed-door cultivation rushed out. Those who were refining treasures put away their treasure embryos, and those who were refining pills put away their pill furnaces. They all quickly packed up and escaped from the water demon planet. Did they dare to not leave? Didn't they hear that an ancient celestial sovereign had come to steal this planet? That was an ancient celestial sovereign. Any one of his spells could instantly slaughter all life on the water demon planet. With such a person coming to steal the water demon planet, who would dare to resist? Who would dare to not leave? It had only been 100 breaths of time, and the large water demon planet was empty. All the rogue cultivators that came to cultivate had left through the starry sky. Brother Wu blew off his nose and landed on the water demon planet. He found the best location for the water vein, and began humming as he began to take things one by one. All the things he took were rare celestial materials that could be used to repair the water flood bottle. The pleasant repair process began. For a month, the out-of-tune singing on the water demon planet did not stop. A month later, the spirit chi on the water demon planet was exhausted, and it became a wasted planet. The rare celestial materials that Brother Wu had plundered were also used up. Brother Wu held the water flood bottle carefully and couldn't bear to part with it. A month ago, this bottle was still damaged. A month later, this bottle regained its connate might, and aqua blue spirit chi kept coming out, causing the surrounding world to be filled with the salty taste of the sea breeze. After the repair, the appearance of this bottle still looked like a suet jade bottle. There were no changes. Only 3 water droplet-shaped runes appeared on the bottle. Brother Wu caressed the 3 water droplet-shaped runes on the bottle, and he couldn't stop smiling. Middle-grade connate magic treasure, the water flood bottle. The famous treasure of the 3rd ancient demon ancestor, the water flood emperor. Now it was in the hands of Brother Wu. Rumor had it that a sea was sealed inside the water flood bottle. The sea water was inexhaustible, and any drop of the sea water had the weight of a mountain. Rumor had it that during the era of the Demon Conferral Summit, an ancient demon rebelled and gathered 7 immortal emperors in an attempt to compete with the Demon Conferral Summit. In that battle, the water flood emperor went to the rebellious realm alone, summoned the sea water from the bottle, and sealed the heavens and locked the earth, drowning all living beings in the world, including the 7 immortal emperors. This battle made the water flood bottle famous. It was said that even a demi-saint would have to avoid the full power of this vase. Of course, it wasn't easy to unleash the full power of this vase. One would have to take a huge risk, which was also the greatest limitation of this vase. Thinking of the huge risk of using this bottle, Brother Wu felt his scalp go numb. He did not have the fortune to enjoy this bottle. It was better to let the fiend use it. I, Brother Wu, am the most loyal servant in the world. After obtaining a middle-grade connate magic treasure, the first thing I thought of was to give it to my master. This loyalty is as bright as the sun and the moon. That Luosher might be a loyal servant, but compared to me, Brother Wu, he is still lacking. Sigh, little friend Luosher, you still have a lot to learn. Brother Wu murmured to himself in an extremely narcissistic manner. Master, Master, I have already given you the bottle. Just give the little thing sealed in the bottle to me. You have such high standards. How could you possibly take a fancy to such a little thing? It's not that I'm not loyal, it's just that I don't need to ask for your opinion. Sigh, this is how loyal I am. Once I receive this item and refine it into my Tao weapon, I will increase my strength and repay my master well. The eternal reign of the defying mortal sea, Brother Wu licked his lips. His master, ancestor Black Luck, had told him a story before. Outside the illusory world, there were 3 great true worlds. One of them was called the Defying Mortal World. In the Defying Mortal World, there was another domain surrounded by the sea. It used to be the North Star Celestial Domain and the North Star Celestial Domain. However, they were conquered by one person and merged into the Purple Dipper Immortal Domain. The Purple Dipper Immortal Domain was the hometown of the cultivators of the illusory world. The sea surrounding the Purple Dipper Immortal Domain was the Defying Mortal Sea, which was famous in the 3 realms. A drop of seawater from the Defying Mortal Sea was as heavy as a mountain. There was a beast in the sea called Blue. Anyone who tried to take away the seawater from the Defying Mortal Sea would be attacked by Blue. Unless one was a saint, they did not have the strength to take away the seawater from the Defying Mortal Sea. However, the Flooding Emperor, who was at the 2nd step, somehow managed to take a huge amount of seawater from the Defying Mortal Sea and refine it into a bottle. It was the Flooding World Bottle. The seawater sealed in the bottle was the seawater of the Defying Mortal Sea. According to the legends, the seawater of the Defying Mortal Sea would evaporate once every 30 million years. The seawater would vaporize and return to the heavens. After 3 days, it would turn into rain and fall back to the ground, forming the sea again. There would also be a small number of raindrops that would stay in the sky forever and would never fall back into the sea. The cultivators of the true world called those raindrops the eternal inextinguishable rain. They were the supreme immortal materials used by water elemental cultivators to refine Tao soldiers. The value of those raindrops was so high that it was enough for saints to fight for them. Brother Wu did not dare to drown the Flooding World Bottle, and he had no intention of betraying Ning Fan. However, he was determined to get the eternal inextinguishable rain in the bottle. Water is the softest thing in the world. However, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. When the softness reaches the extreme, it will become the toughest thing in the world. The eternal inextinguishable rain is the product of the softness and toughness of the seawater of the Defying Mortal Sea. It is heavier than ordinary seawater. A single drop of it is comparable to the weight of a cultivation planet. If it is refined into a Tao soldier, it will greatly increase the might of the Tao soldier. This isn't something that the heavenly Tao Purple Chi can compare with. The Tao of the Flooding Great Emperor was completed in the ancient times. However, he obtained the Defying Mortal Sea and refined the Flooding Bottle much later. He did not have the Flooding Bottle for a long time. Thus, he only managed to witness the time when the seawater in the bottle turned into rain once. He did not have the chance to witness the next time 30 million years later. After the Devil Conferral Summit was destroyed, the 9th ancestor was suppressed under the 9 mountains. The bottle was destroyed during the battle, and its whereabouts are unknown. Legend has it that the Flooding Great Emperor obtained a drop of eternal inextinguishable rain from the Bottle Sea, during the only time he experienced the transformation of seawater into rain in his life. However, a drop of eternal inextinguishable rain could greatly increase the might of the Tao soldier. If it is fully activated, the Tao soldier can even release a trace of samsara power. That power has already surpassed the 2nd step. It has been 150 million years since the Battle of Treasures was destroyed. It is enough for the Bottle Sea to experience the transformation of seawater into rain 5 times. 5 times the transformation of seawater into rain. If a drop of eternal inextinguishable rain would be born every time the sea transformed into rain, there should be 5 drops in this bottle. Of course, it was not certain that the eternal inextinguishable rain would be born every time the sea transformed into rain. It was also not that only 1 drop could be born at a time. It was hard to say whether there was any eternal inextinguishable rain in this bottle, and how many drops there were. We will know about this when I open the magical treasure space of the Flooding Bottle. Master, Master, let the loyal Wu Xiaoba take away the eternal inextinguishable rain for you. Old Wu smiled wretchedly. He held the bottle with one hand, and performed a finger seal with the other. Old Wu did not find it strange when he saw a blood light flying out from the bottle. It was as if he had already expected it. He withdrew and looked at the blood light with vigilance. The blood light fell on the ground. It shook and turned into an illusory red-faced old man. He was wearing a green robe and golden armor. The aura of an ancient devil was exceptionally terrifying. He was actually an ancient devil with the cultivation of a peak immortal king. You have sensed this old man's existence? The red-faced old man narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at old Wu with deep fear. After seeing that old Wu was only an eternal tribulation cultivator, he snorted disdainfully. Old Wu laughed strangely. My family's treasure-searching turtle is gifted. Even if I don't open the space of the flooding bottle, even if you haven't said a word, I know that you are hiding in this bottle. If this poor Taoist guessed correctly, you should be a divine clone of the Drowning Water Emperor. Yes, this old man is the 11th divine clone of the Drowning Water Emperor. During the great calamity of the Demon Conferral Summit, this old man's main body was suppressed, but many of my divine clones fled in all directions. Most of them were destroyed. Only this one, because it hid in the flooding bottle, was not detected by the great paragon Zhongqing. You can think of me as the Drowning Water Divine Clone, or you can think of me as the Drowning Water Emperor. This old man is very curious. With your eternal tribulation cultivation, how did you have the ability to repair the destroyed flooding bottle? Forget it. I will kill you and search your memory. Naturally, I will know everything. Unexpectedly, even without the blood-sucking technique, this old man can still walk out of this bottle. Since you have released this old man will give you a quick death. The red-faced old man smiled coldly. Then, like a gust of wind, he rushed towards old Wu. Old Wu laughed even more strangely. He knew that with the rumored ruthless character of the Drowning Water Emperor, even if he let him out, the Drowning Water Emperor would not return the favor. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Old Wu's plan was to kill the Drowning Water Emperor's divine clone first, and then enter the bottle world to collect the eternal rain. Even though you are a peak immortal king, you are on the verge of death because you have been trapped for many years. Even though I am just an eternal tribulation cultivator, my abilities are not as weak as you think. Bang. Bang. In a split second, old Wu and the red-faced old man had already exchanged a few blows. He actually did not fall into a disadvantageous position. After all, that red-faced old man had been trapped for too many years. He could only display 10 to 20% of his cultivation base. Old Wu could still fight him to a draw. However, after old Wu transformed into his eternal true form, he actually gained the upper hand. This made the red-faced old man's heart turn gloomy. Countless galaxies away, Ning Fan stood on an abandoned star with a playful smile on his face. Everything that happened on the Water Devil star could not escape from his heaven-peering rain technique. The Drowning Water Emperor, huh? Ning Fan stepped on a golden ray of light and left the abandoned star. Some cultivators who passed by this place were startled by the traveling light. Their expressions changed drastically. 10,000 ancient immortal sovereigns. Chapter 994. The battle between Brother Wu and the red-faced old man lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The two of them battled from the Water Devil star to the ancient sea star, and then to the Cloud Dao star. The two withered stars. One by one, the cultivation stars were destroyed by the shockwaves from their battle. The battle of immortal venerables was extremely powerful, and it naturally alarmed many eastern sky old monsters in the nearby starry sky. However, the strange thing was that not many people were willing to watch this world-shaking battle. Those with low cultivation naturally did not dare to linger near the battle of immortal venerables, for fear of being drawn into it and losing their lives. When those with higher cultivation saw that it was old Wu here, they were shocked and didn't dare to stay. They all quickly retreated. Only the heavens knew that in a short 3 years, old Wu's reputation in the entire eastern sky had become so bad that there were very few people in the eastern sky who didn't know of the legend of the Turtle King sect. Of course, everyone normally kept it a secret. No one was willing to mention this unlucky sect for fear of attracting bad luck. There were also a small number of old freaks who didn't know what was going on and didn't want to leave. They chose to stay and watch the battle. However, all of them met with accidents. They either encountered a meteor shower or a starry sky storm. In short, none of them had a good ending. Scene 1, Hiss. It's actually a battle between immortal venerables. Let's quickly go and take a look. Who knows, we might be able to pick up a broken piece of a magic treasure. To us, it's also a supreme immortal material. Fellow Taoist, please wait. If this old man didn't sense wrongly, one of these two immortal venerables is the immortal venerable surnamed Wu, who has caused chaos in Eastern Heaven in recent years. 2 years ago, I personally saw the wild goose immortal king of Mo planet suffer a great loss in the hands of this person, but he still humbly apologized to this person. You and I must not get close to this starry sky. This revered immortal Wu is truly evil and terrifying. This old man's words are definitely not false. Once we get close to this place, it's very likely that many things will happen to us. Fellow Taoist must be joking. I'm just here to watch the battle. What bad things can I encounter? As he spoke, a starry sky storm that only appeared once in 100,000 years blew over and directly engulfed this cultivator, who didn't believe in the heresy. Not even his remains were left. Scene 2. Ancestor. Near the water demon star, there was a strange phenomenon of water light soaring into the sky. It was very likely that a water element treasure had appeared. Should we go and snatch this treasure? Haha. Go, why not go? How can we miss such a precious treasure? Halfway there, they suddenly sensed the soaring aura that old Wu Ba was intentionally or unintentionally releasing. Turn back. Turn back now. He couldn't get involved in this mess. It was Brother Wu's aura. It was the descendant of that Turtle King sect. We can't take anything that has passed through his hands. If we do, we'll be in deep trouble. Polylore Immortal Sect was a good example. Leave now. Scene 3. Ancestor. After passing through the water demon star in front of us and passing through another 12-star realms, we'll arrive at our destination. This aura is wait. Pass down this old man's order. Immediately change the route. He couldn't go any further in this starry sky. We'll change our route to the Grand Yen Star Ocean. Now. All the cultivators were shocked. May I ask, old ancestor, why did you suddenly change your route? Is it because of the fluctuations from the battle ahead? Although the battle between immortal venerables is strong, old ancestor is a dignified immortal king. Why are you so afraid of this battle? Sigh, all of you have been in seclusion for too long and have just come out. You might not know this, but there's a saying in the Eastern Heaven. If a turtle king blocks the road, even an immortal king will lose a layer of skin. Even an immortal king like me will have to retreat if I meet that turtle king. Don't provoke a turtle with words and don't provoke a thief with martial arts. All of you must remember this saying. In the end, it was clearly an earth-shattering battle between immortal venerables, but because old Wu Ba had deliberately released his aura, not many people were watching and no one dared to take advantage of the situation. This was the effect that old Wu Ba wanted. According to his understanding, the flooding Great Emperor was proficient in a blood-sucking and spirit-damaging technique. If he sucked human blood, he could greatly heal his injuries and restore his cultivation base. What old Wu Ba wanted to do was to drive away all the cultivators in this place, leaving no one for the red-faced old man to devour. This was also the reason why the red-faced old man felt the most aggrieved. He had a heaven-defying blood technique, but he didn't have human blood to use. His combat strength wasn't good to begin with, and now he was 30% weaker for no reason. Another head-on collision. Old Wu Ba's million-foot tortoise body directly knocked the red-faced old man back, causing him to vomit blood. Then he laughed loudly, his laughter incomparably smug. This is the 1056th time this poor Taoist has sent you flying. Weak too weak. The flooding divine clone is just so. You dare to fight with me, old Wu Ba? Hee, so what if you are the ancient emperor's divine clone? Watch this poor Taoist kill the ancient emperor today. Old Wu Ba sent the red-faced old man flying for the 1057th time. The 1058th time. The 1059th time. The red-faced old man was brutally knocked away by old Wu Ba again and again. He had already been besieged for many years, and was on the verge of death. Now that he had experienced 3 days of bitter battle, his injuries had worsened. His divine clone was on the verge of collapse, and he was not far from death. The red-faced old man was unwilling to accept this. He was the 11th divine clone of the flooding Great Emperor. Although he wasn't the flooding Great Emperor himself, He had the cultivation of a peak immortal king at his peak. If not for the fact that he had been besieged for many years and was too weak, how could he be suppressed by a mere first tribulation immortal venerable? If there was someone to drink, he would not have ended up like this. The troublesome thing was that there was not a single living person in this place. Occasionally there would be a living person, but all of them had met with misfortune and met with misfortune. Hateful. Hateful. If this old man was at his peak, how could I allow a lowly person like you to succeed? Killing a first tribulation immortal venerable, like you would be as easy as killing a dog. The red-faced old man roared angrily. Brag, brag with all your might. If you have the ability, come and kill this poor Taoist. Woof woof woof. Old Wu Ba sent the red-faced old man flying for the 1297th time. Gradually, half of the red-faced old man's body collapsed, and his expression was ferocious and terrifying. Junior, since you know that I am a flooding divine clone, you should know that if you kill me, one day when this old man's true body escapes, the first person I will pursue will be your dog's life. If you know what's good for you, let go of this old man's divine clone, and hand over the flooding world bottle. Then, this old man can let bygones be bygones. The red-faced old man really had no other way. He had no choice but to threaten old Wu. The surrounding starry sky had been sealed by old Wu's strange dark luck divine ability. There was no way to escape. If he fought, he would not be able to win with his dying body. Bang. What responded to the red-faced old man was old Wu Ba's 1298th collision. Then, it was old Wu Ba's laughter that was getting more and more arrogant. You want to threaten me? If you have the guts, then crawl out from the third mountain. What bullshit flooding emperor? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? If you piss me off, I'll go to the ancient demon's lock and live under the third mountain. I'll make you drown under the third mountain. As he laughed, he sent the red-faced old man flying for dozens of times. The 1300th collision. The 1400th collision. The 1500th collision. The 1600th collision. No matter how strong the red-faced old man was, he could not hold on any longer. On the fourth day, he was finally killed by old Wu Ba. You wait. Today's karma will be settled in the future. This was the red-faced old man's last threat before he died. His voice was filled with crazed killing intent. Old Wu Ba withdrew from his ancient true body and spat in disdain. He knew how to say such words when he was 3 years old. It was useless. Looking back at the past, old Wu Ba, if you don't let me touch your butt, just you wait. I will beat you to death when I grow up. His neighbor's sister, Xiaowan. Wow, Dad, baby tiger wants to touch my butt. He will beat me when he grows up. The result of his words was that old Wu Ba was beaten up by his neighbor's father, and then by his own father. Later on, when he grew up, his parents and his neighbors had all turned into ashes. He was the only one who was immortal and had a long life as an immortal. Too much nonsense. Old Wu Ba was not afraid of the words, and saw through some of the red-faced old man's thoughts. This kind of words could not scare a real fiendish cultivator. The only purpose was to make people think that the person who spoke was really dead and let down their guard. In fact, the battle was not over yet. Trying to play tricks on me? Hee, you found the wrong target. Old Wu Ba took out the treasure-searching turtle and set a position. He opened his mouth and shot a black light towards that direction, hitting a place in the starry sky where there was no one. Strangely enough, as soon as the black light hit that place, a mist of blood exploded out of thin air, followed by a shrill scream. It was the voice of the red-faced old man. This time, the red-faced old man was truly dead. After working hard for 4 days, I finally killed this old thing. What bullshit drowning the divine sense. In my eyes, it is not as scary as a hair of the fiend. Hee, it is time to enter the bottle world and collect the eternal rain. Master, Master, wait until I collect this item and increase my strength. I will definitely repay you well. Who asked me, old Wu Ba, to be the most loyal servant in the world? Old Wu Ba found an abandoned planet to land. Just as he was about to enter the bottle world, he suddenly shivered and turned around. When he turned around, 2 out of the 3 souls in old Wu Ba's body were scared out of their wits. The bottle in his hand nearly fell to the ground. His heart was beating wildly. The figure of a white-robed young man fell into his sight. Master, why are you here?" The person standing behind old Wu Ba was none other than Ning Fan. Intercepted. This was a blatant interception. Old Wu Ba was very intelligent. His beady eyes turned and he instantly understood the key point. How could he not know that Ning Fan had already planned this beforehand? Ning Fan had purposely waited for him to fix the bottle and kill Shui. Then he would wait for him to finish all the hard work before coming to pluck the fruits of his labor, reaping the benefits without doing anything. How could old Wu Ba not be angry? He was more than just angry. He was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth. If it wasn't because the other party was Ning Fan, he would have already cursed it out loud. Motherfucker. It had always been him, old Wu Ba, who schemed and tricked others. Today the tables had turned. He was intercepted by someone else, and the fruits of his labor were plucked. This malefic star was indeed despicable and despicable. He thought that he was already despicable and shameless enough. However, this malefic star still managed to trick him. Wasn't this even more despicable and shameless? However, this malefic star was the only person in the world who could restrain his dark luck. He was a ruthless person who had killed a quasi-saint expert on the wooden island. Moreover, he had the life soul of old Wu Ba which could decide his life and death with just a thought. Even if old Wu Ba had the urge to curse Ning Fan's mother, he did not dare to utter a single word at this moment. Compared to anger, he was more afraid of Ning Fan. If old Wu Ba was to say that there was a vile person in his heart who was angry, dissatisfied and scolding Ning Fan for plucking the fruits of his labor, then there were 99,999 vile people who were feeling guilty, fearful and anxious as if their parents had died. They were thinking about how to give Ning Fan a reasonable explanation so that they could deceive the heavens and get through this crisis. Does this malefic star know that I'm plotting against the eternal rain behind his back? No, he can't possibly know. But what if he knows? This malefic star has always been cruel and merciless. Will he destroy my little life in a fit of anger? Old Wu Ba was trembling. In the face of the countless forces of eastern sky, old Wu Ba had never trembled. In the face of the drowning consciousness, old Wu Ba had never trembled. In the face of Ning Fan at this moment, old Wu Ba could not help but tremble. He could not help but feel terrified. The result of being terrified was that among the 100,000 vile people in his heart, the only one who was angry would also be sacrificed gloriously. All the vile people obediently kneeled in a row and sang praises to Ning Fan 3 times. Sigh, he still prayed that the malefic star did not know the truth. Otherwise, with the malefic star's cruel and merciless personality, it was very likely that he would directly kill him. Otherwise, why would old Wu Ba be a smooth and slick person? Seeing that Ning Fan's expression was still relatively bright, old Wu Ba's heart relaxed. The matter of monopolizing the eternal rain should not have been exposed yet. Otherwise, the malefic star would not have a good expression. Thus, old Wu Ba's small eyes turned and he had a countermeasure. He did not handle this matter properly. If he was compared to the officials of the mortal dynasties, he would be a corrupt official. He was audacious enough to covet the silver of the Mo Emperor's family. If he really coveted it, according to the law, he should be killed. But fortunately, he did not have the time to covet it. Old Wu Ba felt very lucky. He did not have the time to covet the eternal rain and Ning Fan came. This was a good thing. Because of this, there was still room for change in this matter. At most, it could be considered as an unsuccessful attempt. Moreover, the malefic star did not seem to know about this attempt. This bottle, has it been repaired? Let me have a look. Ning Fan said with a seemingly ordinary smile. Old Wu Ba was even more convinced of his guess. His spirit was lifted. He held the world-flooded bottle with both of his hands, bowed and respectfully presented it to Ning Fan, acting like he was the most loyal servant under the heavens. After gathering his emotions for a while, he immediately said in a tearful voice, "Master, you may not know this, but in the past 3 years, this lowly one has traveled all over the entire Eastern Heaven. I have visited more than 40 Eastern Heaven forces. Countless times, I have endured humiliation and humbled myself in order to get all the materials needed to repair this bottle. The hardships and grievances I experienced are not worth mentioning to outsiders. This lowly one even faced several life and death crises. I was wantonly bullied and humiliated by those Eastern Heaven immortal venerables and immortal kings. There were several times when this lowly one almost could not hold on anymore. For the sake of my dignity, I decided to give up on repairing this bottle. I gave up on the loyalty that has always been persisting and has not changed until now. However, every time I wanted to give up, I would think of Master's smiling face, think of Master's earnest expectations, and think of this lowly one's once heaven-shaking loyalty. Thus little 8 had the strength to grit his teeth again and again. Again and again, with tears in his eyes, he continued to beg those Eastern Heaven forces. Finally, I got the immortal materials and cultivation treasures one by one. Old Wu made it sound so pitiful. Those who did not know him would really think that the process of him searching for the materials to repair the bottle was extremely arduous, and he had suffered all kinds of grievances. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. He had personally witnessed Old Wu's cheerful appearance on the water curtain planet. He sang songs, blocked the door and uttered ruthless words. As long as there were immortal materials to be obtained, there would be 3 trillion Tao crystals to be obtained. Who had wronged him? Who bullied this fellow? It was clearly this fellow who had bullied countless forces in the Eastern Heaven. The ones who should be wronged are those Eastern Heaven forces, right? Seeing that Ning Fan was not touched at all, Old Wu lamented that Ning Fan's heart was made of iron and stone. As expected, his heart was as ruthless as a knife. At the same time, he changed his strategy. Instead of complaining, he began to take credit. If he wanted to take credit, of course, he had to say it in the opposite way. This was Old Wu's wisdom in life. This lowly one has gone through untold hardships to repair this world-flooding bottle. It's not for Master's reward. Instead, it's for my loyalty and hot-bloodedness. Old Wu thought to himself. I have already said it like this. If this malefic star still does not give me a reward, it would be a little too stingy. You don't want a reward? Old Wu was tongue-tied. Should he say that he really wanted a reward? Did he want to directly take away the eternal inextinguishable rain? Since you don't want it, I will not force you. As for the reward, forget it. Old Wu wanted to pull out his own tongue. Why did he say such ironic words? Don't you know that you can't say ironic words to an honest person? This malefic star will take it seriously. Master, actually, this lowly one does not reject Master's reward. What this lowly one wants is not the reward itself, but the supreme glory behind it. If Master feels apologetic and really wants to bestow something to this lowly one is willing to accept it. However, this lowly one wants to choose a reward myself. Old Wu secretly observed Ning Fan's expression. However, he saw Ning Fan's smile suddenly disappear at this moment. His eyes flashed with a cold light. What reward do you want? Is it the world-flooding bottle, the defying earth sea in the bottle, or the eternal inextinguishable rain? Not good. This malefic star actually knew all of it. He really knew that he wanted to monopolize the eternal inextinguishable rain. Old Wu was astonished. That gaze was too cold and too frightening. The moment they met, Old Wu felt a chill from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. His heart was beating wildly, and he had a feeling that a great calamity was about to befall him. Calamity. My plot has been exposed. The malefic star is angry. With his personality of not tolerating sand in his eyes, he will not let me off easily. Old Wu thought that he could deceive Ning Fan when he saw the smile on Ning Fan's face. Now, it seems like this malefic star has already known everything. There is no possibility of deceiving him. Master, little 8 doesn't want the reward anymore. Little 8 is wrong. Little 8 knows his mistake. Little 8 shouldn't have been blinded by lard and tried to covet Master's eternal inextinguishable reign. Master, please give Little 8 a chance. Little 8 will definitely turn over a new leaf. Old Wu knelt on the ground with a thump, his body trembling. The coldness in Ning Fan's eyes became even more intense. His real intention was to scare Old Wu. That coldness was also fake. This Old Wu really needed a beating. As a slave, He dared to covet his master's treasure. If it was according to Ning Fan's previous style, he would absolutely not give old Wu a chance to live. But who wanted old Wu to have a karmic relationship with the old monster? Just based on this point, as long as old Wu didn't touch Ning Fan's bottom line, Ning Fan would not kill him. This time, even though old Wu had the idea of monopolizing the eternal inextinguishable rain, he didn't have the intention to betray him. He was still firm on the big picture. Ning Fan slightly sighed. He didn't want to make the old monster disappointed. So, if he wanted to pursue this matter, at most he would only punish this guy a little. Beating him was necessary. Ning Fan didn't need this old Wu to be loyal and devoted, but he wanted him to understand what he could do and what he couldn't. Ning Fan had taken in quite a number of slaves in his journey to where he was today. Most of them were devil lords who had committed heinous crimes. Towards these heinous, cunning devils, could you ask for true loyalty? Of course not. Therefore, Ning Fan never asked for true loyalty even to Earth Devil and Iron Crow. He always gave them candy and whips. On one hand, he showed them kindness, but on the other hand, he threatened them with his life soul. Only in this way could he make those devils not dare to act rashly, and never have the intention to betray him. It was the same for old Wu. Usually he was still polite to old Wu. When old Wu was injured, he also gave him pills. He didn't mistreat old Wu and didn't order him around. And he did it. Today he wanted to let old Wu understand his prestige. He wanted to let old Wu see what would happen if he betrayed his master. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out old Wu's life soul. Old Wu's face turned pale. If Ning Fan crushed this life soul, he would certainly die. There was no way he could survive. His life was hanging by a thread. It all depended on how Ning Fan would deal with it. Master, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't dare to do it in the future. 4 trillion Dao crystals. The 4 trillion Dao crystals that I plundered will all be given to Master. There are also pills, Dao fruits and various spiritual herbs and immortal materials. All of them will be given to Master. I won't dare to be greedy anymore. Master, please spare my life. This bastard actually plundered so many Dao crystals. Moreover, it only took him 3 years. Ning Fan could not help but be moved. This old Wu could definitely be a good assistant. With this guy, if he really wants to establish a sect, he would not lack logistical support. Moreover, he could use his dark luck to intimidate countless enemies who come to invade his sect. He could even set fire to the backyard of countless enemies. Old Wu sharply caught the instantaneous change in Ning Fan's expression. In his understanding, it was the value of his existence that moved Ning Fan. Thus, there was a chance for him to survive. He could not imagine that Ning Fan never had the intention to kill him from the beginning until the end. Ning Fan was just trying to scare him. Master, from today onwards, if you need any cultivation materials, just tell Little 8. Little 8 will certainly help you get them, even if I have to go through water and tread on fire. Whatever orders Master has, Little 8 will certainly do his best to complete them. If you fancy any girl, Little 8 will help you sit in front of their house. If she doesn't obey, Little 8 will destroy her sect. What kind of nonsense is this? Does he, Ning Fan, look like that kind of person who bullies others and tyrannizes women? Sigh. To be honest, he is really an evil person who bullies others and tyrannizes women. Ning Fan reflected on himself. It seems like he has done quite a lot of such things. Master, Little 8 is very useful to you. It's very useful. Killing me is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Is killing the goose that lays the golden eggs supposed to be used like this? How could Ning Fan not know this? Are you bullying me because I'm uncultured? Forget it. I've acted enough. Ning Fan really did not want to see old Wu crying and babbling nonsense anymore. After scaring old Wu for a while, Ning Fan pretended to be cold and tough. Remember what you said. This is your last chance. There will be no next time. After scaring old Wu for a while, Ning Fan's mood, which was originally tangled because of the immortal lowly, inexplicably became better. He kind of understood Tantai Weiyu. A black-bellied person might really be able to feel joy from the pain of others. From Ning Fan's point of view, this old Wu had really made a small contribution to him. Old Wu shed tears of joy. The fiend was willing to let him live. This is really great. What eternal rain. What bottle of water drowning the world. None of them could compare to the joy of escaping from death. Great sorrow was followed by great joy. In his excitement, old Wu unexpectedly opened another chi aperture. Oh my. It's the benefit of following the fiend again. I'm really too lucky. Old Wu felt ashamed. Look at what I've done. I've continuously obtained benefits from the fiend, and improved my cultivation base. However, I still have the audacity to covet the fiend's eternal reign. It's really an act of returning kindness with enmity. It's the behavior of a despicable person. It's not just shameless. It's really shameless. It's totally tarnishing Master's righteous and great image. Old Wu automatically ignored the fact that he had just scolded Ningfan for being despicable and shameless not long ago. Master, little 8 will certainly be the world's most loyal servant. From now on, I will live for Master and die for Master. Old Wu vowed. The corner of Ningfan's mouth twitched. If these words were said by Tuemo or Taya, Ningfan would still believe some of them. But old Wu, forget it. I'll keep a close eye on this fellow in the future, and give him a warning from time to time, lest this fellow does something stupid again. Tell me about the eternal reign. I want to know the details. Ningfan casually ordered. Old Wu's spirit was lifted. He had just offended Ningfan. Now was the time for him to make a contribution. Of course he would tell him everything he knew. Chapter 995. The sea was the inverted sky. In ancient times, there was a general named Song. After the heavens fell into chaos, he was reduced to an earth general, guarding the sea. There were also loyal souls from the 8 directions that died in battle. The heroic souls returned to the sea, and turned into rain that returned to the heavens. They stayed in the heavens as rain, and were indestructible. They could be used to create the Tao soldiers of the ancient map. Even the saints fought for them. Old Wu was eloquent. He told Ningfan about the ancient secrets that his master had told him. Of course, Old Wu only understood the gist of these words. The gist of it was that the eternal everlasting rain had a great origin, and it could be used to forge the legendary ancient diagram Tao soldiers. Ancient diagram Tao soldiers. Ningfan pondered over the words of Elder Wu. This was the first time he heard of this term. Right, this ancient inextinguishable rain is used to forge the ancient diagram Tao soldiers. Master should know that in the same rank, a Tao soldier is weaker than a magic treasure. Old Wu suddenly changed the topic and asked. Roughly, that's true. Ningfan thought for a moment and answered. The strength of a Tao tool was that it could grow with the increase of its master's cultivation. However, there were gains and losses. The might of a Tao tool, and the changes in its mystical abilities were not like enchanted treasures of the same grade. Therefore, be it the experts that Ningfan had met before or himself, none of them treated Tao soldiers as their trump cards. At the same level, Tao soldiers were weaker than ordinary Dharma treasures. This was an indisputable fact, and it was also the consensus of the cultivation world. Wrong, everyone is wrong. There was no way Tao soldiers would be weak. It was rumored that among the 3 great true worlds, there was a true world that was controlled by numerous ancient sacred sects. The cultivators from those sacred sects basically did not use enchanted treasures. When they attacked, they used Tao soldiers, and the might of their Tao soldiers far surpassed that of normal enchanted treasures. It is said that those sacred sects have many blueprints for forging Tao soldiers from the primordial era, and they are able to forge the legendary ancient diagram Tao soldiers. That is why their power is so formidable and far surpasses those of the same grade. Wu Laoba turned his hand and took out an ancient book made of leather that had turned yellow. Then he respectfully passed it to Ningfan. I won't hide it from Master. This item is a treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Black Fate sect. But who wants little 8th to be so loyal and devoted? There was no other way. Xiaoba could only bear the pain and give this book to Master. Little 8 isn't asking for Master's approval, but for loyalty, passion, for, little 8 hasn't finished yet. Master, don't be in such a hurry to see it. Listen to little 8's inner loyalty first. Ningfan automatically ignored Elder Wu's pledge of loyalty, and flipped through the pages of the yellowing ancient book. The first thing he felt was the chi of an ancient ferocious beast. This was the beast skin of an immortal emperor-level ferocious beast. And it was from a very long time ago. There were no words on the cover. On the first 10 pages of the ancient book, there was a drawing of the mountain sea axe. The materials used and the steps to create the axe were marked in detail. At the end of the book, there was an introduction of the person who drew it. Barbarian Weapon Mountain Sea Axe. This axe can be ranked as the 66th grade of the sacred sect. However, it lacks the ancient Tao Star, the ancient Kingdom Wind Crystal, the Earth Mountain Ridge, and the Earth Giant's Tooth. I've spent my entire life trying to refine it. It's a pity. Ning Fan looked at the materials used and was stunned. He had never heard of any of the materials used to make this mountain sea axe. Moreover, it was clearly a heaven-defying item. In that case, even if he had the blueprint, he wouldn't be able to forge this ancient map Tao soldier. Ning Fan subconsciously looked at Elder Wu. Elder Wu immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Master, don't look at me. I can't get immortal materials that don't exist in the illusory world. What he meant was that the materials used to forge the mountain sea axe couldn't be gathered in the illusory world. Master, don't even think about getting this axe. Master's Tao soldier is a sword, right? Master, why don't you look at page 182? Elder Wu reminded with a smile. Ning Fan ignored Elder Wu and flipped through the pages one by one. 10 ancient life whips can be ranked as the 71st grade of the sacred sect. Moon Sealing Mirror can be ranked as the 84th grade of the sacred sect. Astral Silver Heavenly Charge can be ranked as the 69th grade of the sacred sect. Soul Dispersing Demon Flag can be ranked as the 71st grade of the sacred sect. As Ning Fan continued to read, he had a certain understanding of the grades of the ancient map Tao soldiers. These ancient map Tao soldiers had a total of 100 grades. The higher the grade, the stronger the power of the Tao soldiers of the same grade. Among them, the 100 grade was the weakest while the first grade was the strongest. Of course, even the weakest 100 grade ancient map Tao soldiers were much stronger than ordinary Tao soldiers. However, Ning Fan could only find the mountain sea axe, which was the 66th grade Tao soldier, after flipping through all the ancient books. There were no other Tao soldiers with higher grades. What Brother Wu showed him was a Taoist weapon called the Sea-Defying Sword. The grade of this Tao soldier was not high. It could barely be ranked as the 98th grade of the sacred sect. Its weakness was that its grade was too low. However, its advantage was also very obvious. It was easy to forge. Other than the eternal inextinguishable rain, it did not need any other immortal materials. At the end of the drawing, there was also a paragraph written by the person who drew it. The Sea-Defying Sword is the sword of the high-grade disciples of the Chaotic Koan Sacred Sect. If a non-disciple of the Chaotic Koan Sacred Sect holds this sword, he or she can enter the Tao Hall of the Chaotic Koan Sacred Sect and listen to the Tao teachings. Because of this convenience, many cultivators fought bitterly for a drop of eternal inextinguishable rain, just to forge this sword, and enter the Chaotic Koan Sacred Sect to listen to the Tao teachings. Chaotic Koan Sacred Sect? Ning Fan pondered for a while. It was very easy to forge the Sea-Defying Sword. He just needed to merge the eternal inextinguishable rain with a secret technique on the foundation of his original Tao sword. Then he could forge it step by step. Master has obtained the eternal inextinguishable rain. There are two ways to use it. One is to directly merge the eternal inextinguishable rain with the eternal inextinguishable rain. At the same time, it can greatly increase the power of the Tao soldier. At the same time, it can add a trace of samsara power to the Tao soldier's attack. That was exactly what Flooding Emperor had done. After all, Flooding Emperor didn't have a blueprint. The second method is to upgrade the previous Tao soldier into the Sea-Defying Sword according to this drawing. Only by forging it according to the drawing can the power of the eternal inextinguishable rain be better. The power of the Tao soldier forged is naturally incomparable to the first method. Speaking of this, Elder Wu felt that it was a pity. If the malefic star did not come to stop him, he could have forged a Sea-Defying Sword by himself. Sigh. A single drop of the eternal inextinguishable rain can make the Sea-Defying Sword reach the 98th grade. If it's 2 or 3 drops, it won't be at this grade. I wonder how many drops of the eternal inextinguishable rain are in the bottle. I can't think about it anymore. I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more my heart aches. The eternal rain already belongs to this evil star. If he Wuxia dared to even think about it, he would lose his life. Master, let's go collect the eternal rain first. I still don't know if there are any imperishable raindrops in the bottle. Theoretically speaking, the bottled sea will experience a sea transformation rain every 30 million years. However, there won't be any imperishable raindrops every time. It's also possible that there won't be any imperishable raindrops for 5 consecutive times. If that's the case, it will be terrible. It's not bad at all. It would be fun if he didn't have a single drop. Wu Laoba's heart was silently drawing circles. Anyway, these inextinguishable raindrops did not belong to him. If there was not a drop of inextinguishable raindrops in the bottle, or if there were only 1 or 2 drops, it was unknown what kind of mood the evil star would have, and what kind of expression would he have. Don't worry, there is a lot of inextinguishable rain in the bottle. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out the treasure-searching compass. Looking at the needle on the compass that was shaking violently, he smiled faintly. He had made up his mind. Old Wu looked at the treasure-searching compass. His eyes widened in an instant. Reverend Arid Triad's treasure-searching compass. It's said to be a supreme treasure that can search everything in the world. It's ranked second in the illusory world in terms of searching treasures. It's 5 ranks higher than my treasure-searching tortoise. Wasn't this item destroyed during the battle with Reverend Arid Triad? Why is it in Master's hands? Naturally, Ning Fan would not explain the origin of the treasure-searching compass to Old Wu. Judging from Old Wu's reaction, this treasure-searching compass seems to be an incredible treasure, even though its grade is not high. There is nothing in the world that it can't search. Under Old Wu's covetous gaze, Ning Fan and Old Wu entered the bottle world of the water-drowning bottle together. What they saw was a silent sea. The seawater was so heavy that it was difficult for Ning Fan to dive into the sea, even though he had the strength comparable to an ancient immortal venerable. The wind blew past them, bringing with it the salty and fishy smell of the sea. Ning Fan looked at the sea beneath his feet with a slightly solemn expression. The seawater here was taken from the defying earth sea that surrounded the Zido Immortal Domain. It was the seawater of the Zido Immortal Domain, the hometown of the cultivators in the illusory world. In the sky above the sea, there were 7 clusters of azure light that were hidden in the depths of the clouds. Of course, this little bit of concealment could not escape the eyes of experts like Ning Fan and Old Wu. Old Wu's face was filled with tears. There are actually 7 drops of eternal inextinguishable rain. Damn it! My curse failed. Fortunately, Old Wu was smart enough to change his expression quickly. Immediately he changed his tone to that of a loyal servant, and congratulated Ning Fan. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. If Master refines the ocean-defying sword with 7 drops of eternal rain, it is highly possible for you to refine an ancient diagram Dao weapon that surpasses the 90 grade. Master is really blessed with great fortune. You are really wise and decisive. You are really. Ning Fan automatically ignored Old Wu's flattery. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked with a profound tone. If I only take 6 drops and give you 1, do you want it? Old Wu's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the fiend's test? Yes, it's a test. This was definitely a test of his loyalty. If I really ask for this drop of eternal rain, I will be old Juba. The fiend will certainly not let me off easily. No. How can little 8 take Master's treasure? Only Master is worthy to use a supreme treasure like the eternal inextinguishable rain. No one else is worthy. If anyone dares to snatch this rain from Master, little 8 will make him pay even if his blood is spilled all over the place. Not even little 8 himself. The heavens can be my witness. Little 8 lives for his master and dies for his master. Little 8 is the most loyal servant in the world. 8 generations of little 8's ancestors are all loyal and good descendants. Little 8. Since you don't want it, then let's do it. Ning Fan smiled faintly and flew up to the clouds to collect the 7 drops of eternal rain. Considering that Old Wu had fixed the bottle, He originally wanted to give the smallest drop of the 7 drops to old Wu. After all, using both kindness and authority was the way to control people. However, since old Wu rejected him so righteously, he certainly would not force him. Who would complain about having too many treasures? I'll keep it for myself. Old Wu watched Ning Fan collect the rain. His face was full of righteousness, as if he was saying, "Give me the eternal rain or I'll fight you." However, inwardly he was extremely proud of himself. "Oh fiend, your act of testing me is just too obvious. You really underestimated my intelligence. Do you think I will fall into your trap? Hehe, your level is still too low, too low." After collecting the eternal rain, Ning Fan and old Wu left the bottle world and returned to the 1,000 Years sect. There were less than 2 years before the opening of the Supreme Pill Sacred Region. Ning Fan decided to forge the ocean-defying sword and wait for the opening of the sacred region. Thus, as soon as he returned to the 1,000 Years sect, he immediately entered the profound Yin world for seclusion. This made immortal concubine Zhang Yu very depressed. She could only find another time to talk to Ning Fan. The loyal old Wu naturally stayed in the Qianqiu sect to guard the sect for Ning Fan. Of course, old Wu's existence was very low-key. He did not spread it widely. Only a few people knew about his existence. Most of them did not know that there was an immortal venerated in the sect. After all, old Wu was too evil. Talking about him would bring bad luck to him. Thus, he had no choice but to keep a low profile. Fortunately, old Wu could already control the bad luck on his body. If he kept a low profile, he would not cause the entire 1,000 Years sect to be in chaos. This was also the reason why Ning Fan was at ease to let old Wu stay. In the profound Yin West world, Ning Fan entered a tower that had existed for 1,000 years. He spent 1,000 years before he walked out of it. With a flip of his hand, the Dao weapon immediately appeared in his hand. The entire heaven and earth was filled with the sea breeze that blew against his face. It was a Dao sword that glowed with faint blue light. The body of the sword seemed to be made of water. It could even flow. When he held the sword in his hand, he felt like he was not holding a sword but an ocean. This was the ocean-defying sword that was upgraded from the memory-severing Dao sword. Its grade could be ranked as the 89th grade in the Holy Sect. With my current cultivation base, this sword is already strong enough to be used as a 12th Nirvana magic treasure. Moreover, its destructive power is much stronger than ordinary 12th Nirvana magic treasures. If it is entangled with 5 types of sovereign Dao laws, I can even fight against a low-grade innate magic treasure. If my cultivation base reaches a higher level, this treasure can become even stronger. Besides, the most powerful thing about this treasure is that it can add a trace of samsara attack to it. It can withstand the power of a third-step divine ability. Due to the limitation of my cultivation base, I can't make this sword exert too much samsara power. However, if my cultivation base reaches a certain level, this sword can even injure a sage. It is an ancient map Dao weapon that can grow to the 3rd step. However, this sword was really heavy. A single drop of inextinguishable rain was as heavy as a cultivation planet. The ocean-defying sword that was forged with 7 drops of inextinguishable rain was as heavy as 7 stars. What kind of concept was this? If Ning Fan does not control this sword and make it seem light, the weight of this sword alone could crush a cultivation planet. If one's cultivation base was lower than the eternal ancient realm, they would not be able to wield such a heavy sword more than a few times. Since Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base had yet to enter the eternal ancient realm, he would not be able to wield this sword with just the strength of his physical body. He had to rely on his magic power to maintain it. With this sword, the 4 Emperor's Arhut Pines are no longer essential. As for the innate realm, I lack the Yin-Yang square seal. Now I have the water-drowning realm bottle. Ning Fan kept the Dao sword. The Dao sword needed to grow, and it needed to synchronize with his cultivation base. Even though the grade of this sword was high, it was not enough to be his trump card due to his insufficient cultivation base. Fortunately, he had obtained the water-drowning realm bottle. It was a mid-grade innate magic treasure, which was much stronger than the Yin-Yang square seal. I have asked old Wu about the usage of this bottle. However, he was just vague about it and refused to tell me. Even though he did not say it, I could sense that it is extremely dangerous to use this bottle. Ning Fan walked out of the cave in the Western world. He held the water-drowning realm bottle in his hand and tried to comprehend it for 3 months. 3 months later, he finally decided to try to activate the power of this bottle. As soon as he activated it, he felt a force of rebounding force coming from the bottle. The rebounding force was extremely strong. It was enough to kill a cultivator from the empty shedding realm. If a cultivator from the empty shedding realm tries to use this treasure, they would die from the rebounding force. That's not all. Ning Fan's eyes became even more solemn. As he continued to channel his magic power into the bottle, the first water droplet pattern on the bottle gradually lit up and emitted a watery light. When the first water droplet lit up more than 1/3 of its original color, the rebounding force from the bottle was already enough to kill a thought fragmentation realm cultivator. When the first water droplet lit up more than half of its original color, the rebounding force had already exceeded the endurance of a newly advanced immortal venerable. When the first water droplet lit up more than 2/3 of its original color, the rebounding force directly shattered half of Ning Fan's arm. This was already the limit that Ning Fan could achieve with his current strength. At the place where his arm was broken, black flames burned fiercely. The broken arm then grew out bit by bit. It was the Nirvana ability of the Phoenix clan. 2/3 of the water droplet. Ning Fan was deeply moved. No wonder old Wu and the others did not want this bottle at all. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to use this bottle. In order to display the power of this bottle, he would need to light up at least 1 water droplet. Ning Fan had only lit up 2/3 of the water droplet, and half of his arm was already broken. If he continues, Ning Fan smiled faintly. Of course he could still continue. The reason why he lost half of his arm was because he had purposely turned off the defense of the God Exterminating Shield. So what if he forcefully lights up the water droplet on the bottle by relying on the God Exterminating Shield to protect himself? This time, Ning Fan activated the God Exterminating Shield to protect himself. Golden light surrounded his body, and he forcefully lit up the first water droplet. Then he lit up another half water droplet. Once again he reached his limit. When he turned into a complete God Exterminating Giant, Ning Fan reluctantly lit up the second water droplet. With his current cultivation base, he could not light up the third water droplet no matter what he did. If he forcefully lights up the third water droplet, he would certainly suffer severe injuries even if he had the God Exterminating Shield to protect himself. Ordinary people would not be able to use this bottle at all. Even though Ning Fan could not display the full power of this bottle, he could still use it. Let's find someone to test the power of this bottle. Ning Fan deactivated his giant form and walked out of the profound Yin world. With a command of his spirit sense, the rain intent immediately shrouded the entire eastern sky. Master, you've come out from your seclusion? How could it be so fast? It has only been 3 months. Could it be that the sword forging process was not successful? This is really a great pity. Pity my ass. This is really great news. Old Wu cheered inwardly. His master's misfortune was equal to little Wu's success. Of course, he still had to show his utmost loyalty on the surface. Of course, he did not know that only 3 months had passed while Ning Fan had already lived for 1,000 years. He had already completed the task of forging the sword. You're more familiar with the 10,000 ancient monsters of the eastern sky. Do you know which ancient monsters are good at defense? I want to find someone to test the power of the water flooding bottle. Hiss. Could it be that this malefic star could actually withstand the backlash of the water flooding bottle and light up the first water droplet totem? Old Wu was secretly shocked. Then he felt that he was making a fuss over nothing. This malefic star could even kill a quasi-saint realm expert with a single slap. What's so strange about him being able to withstand the backlash of the water flooding bottle? Sigh. This malefic star is really powerful. If it's me, little Wu, drowning the bottle with water is no different from courting death. When Little 8 was searching for materials, I got to know many old monsters of the eastern sky. Many of them are good at defense. If Master needs anything, Little 8 is willing to lead the way for Master. With little aid around, I don't think they would dare to refuse Master's help, Old Wu said solemnly. However, his tone was rather domineering, as if he would force the other party to do so if the other party was unwilling. Ning Fan shook his head. Things like testing techniques must be consented by both parties. He did not want to offend a large group of old monsters of the eastern sky for such a trivial matter. Since others are helping him to test his techniques, he should at least give them some gifts as thanks. Lead the way. Thus, Old Wu brought Ning Fan to the Water Curtain planet as soon as he stood there. At this moment, Water Curtain Immortal King had already transcended her minor heavenly tribulation. However, when she heard that Old Wu had come again, she was still extremely fearful. Among the fear, there was also a trace of anger. This damn tortoise. He wants the ethereal supreme water droplet, and I gave it to him. He wants 3 trillion Dao crystals, and I also gave it to him. Why is this bastard here again after just a few months? Does he want to extort something from me again? Does he really think that the Shui clan of the Eastern Sky is a pushover? This tortoise didn't come alone this time. The one beside him is the rain bandit, Ning Fan. Water Curtain Immortal King's face immediately turned gloomy. One should never provoke a tortoise or the rain bandit. Why did the two of them come together? I wonder what they are here for. This old man is indeed a little fearful of Old Wu. However, it's just fear. If I really force him into a corner, I won't hesitate to kill him no matter what kind of tortoise he is. However, the Rain Bandit cannot be underestimated. Currently, there are rumors that after the Rain Bandit annihilated the Anti-Ning Alliance, he has done another great deed. He broke into the ostentatious mountain of the eastern arrival planet alone, and fought against 2 kings and 6 venerated beings without losing. What's even more unbelievable is that this Rain Bandit actually withstood one of Great Sovereign Chong He's divine abilities. If this bandit is really here to cause trouble, it won't be good. Thus, Water Curtain Immortal King brought the Shui clan's cultivators to welcome Ning Fan and Ning Fan with full vigilance. A dignified Immortal King actually deigned to welcome an immortal venerable. This was also the first time in the Eastern Sky. I wonder why Rain Lord and Brother Wu have come here today. Water Curtain Immortal King secretly observed Ning Fan and Ning Fan. When she saw Ning Fan's smiling face without any hostility, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, she noticed that Old Wu was half a step behind Ning Fan. He was carefully waiting beside Ning Fan. His manner of nodding and bowing like a servant made her instantly startled. No matter what, this tortoise is a strange genius. Why is he acting so lowly in front of the Rain Bandit? Fellow Taoist Shui Lian, don't worry. I've come here today just to test the power of your magic treasure. I don't have any evil intentions. I'm just giving you a small token of my appreciation. Please don't reject it. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out a jade box and passed it to Water Curtain Immortal King. Water Curtain Immortal King took a look at the box and frowned slightly. However, she still kept the token. The reward is not high, but it's normal. It's just a test. It'll be over in a short while. How much can I give you? Forget it. As long as these 2 people are not here to cause trouble, it's fine. I'll just accompany the Rain Bandit and send these 2 great deities away as soon as possible. When we immortal venerables fight, the fluctuations will be too great. It can easily destroy the entire galaxy. Rain Sovereign, please come to my water world to test your skills. Water Curtain Immortal King pointed his finger, and a door of light instantly appeared in the starry sky. He had not completely let down his guard against Ning Fan yet. If Ning Fan really comes with evil intentions, it would be easier for him to defeat Ning Fan in his water world. Alright. I don't want too many people to see the ability of this item. Thus, Ning Fan and Water Curtain Immortal King stepped into the door of light and entered the water world to test their skills. This made Old Wu feel regretful. He still wanted to see the water flood bottle's ability with his own eyes. Sigh. This malefic star is really stingy. It's not like I'll die if I show it to him. Time passed bit by bit. The cultivators of the Shui clan began to discuss in low voices. Quite a lot of time has passed. I wonder what the result of the test is. Old Ancestor has just gone through the minor heavenly tribulation, and has yet to recover to his peak state. He won't be injured by the Rain Sovereign, will he? Don't worry. Old Ancestor is the best at defense. His Water God treasure armor is rarely broken by immortal venerables. Even if he isn't at his peak state, he is still an experienced immortal king among the three tribulations. He isn't someone that the Rain Sovereign can hurt. However, I heard that the Rain Sovereign went to the Xiaoyao Mountain alone, and fought against 2 kings and 6 venerables without being defeated. Moreover, he even withstood the divine ability of an immortal emperor. There's something you don't know. The reason why the Rain Sovereign was able to remain undefeated was because of a defensive divine ability called the Golden Light. There's movement. It seems to have ended. The Old Ancestor should be coming out soon. However, the situation was a little different from what the cultivators of the Shui clan had expected. The Door of Light suddenly shook violently. Faintly, it gave people a feeling that it was about to collapse. No, it was not the Door of Light that was going to collapse, but the entire water world. Bang! The Door of Light suddenly exploded. Then 2 figures rushed out from it. They were none other than Ning Fan and Water Curtain Immortal King. Ning Fan wore a satisfied smile on his face. He seemed to be extremely satisfied with the power of the water flood bottle. He only used a portion of the power of water, and he managed to scare Water Curtain Immortal King away. Its power is not bad. Water Curtain Immortal King, on the other hand, was in a rather sorry state. Even though he was not injured, his hair was disheveled. His eyes were filled with fear. Yes, it was fear. If it wasn't because Ning Fan showed mercy, he, the dignified Water Curtain Immortal King, would have been drowned to death by Ning Fan's divine ability. What kind of bottle is that? How can it be so terrifying? Moreover, his intuition told him that Ning Fan did not use his full strength. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Taoist. After a long time, Water Curtain Immortal King finally regained his senses and cupped his fists at Ning Fan with a bitter smile. Now he could finally confirm that Ning Fan did not come to the Water Curtain planet with evil intentions. What a joke. If he had any evil intentions, he could have just destroyed the entire Water Curtain planet with water. With such a powerful magic treasure in his hands, why would he need any tricks? He could just destroy the Shui clan directly. Sure enough, this rain thief is not someone I can afford to offend. It was just a test. There's no need to say that I showed mercy. Fellow Taoist, you're exaggerating. Farewell. Ning Fan politely cupped his fists at the Water Curtain Immortal King, and left with Old Wu. The entire Shui clan was shaken. From the looks of it, could it be that their ancestor was almost unable to withstand a single divine ability of the Rain Lord? He still had to rely on the Rain Lord's mercy to survive. What a joke. A dignified 3 tribulation celestial king couldn't even withstand a single strike from an immortal venerable. It was just too ridiculous. There were also people who suspected that this scene was a show put up by their elder ancestor in coordination with the Rain Lord. They did not want to believe that their elder ancestor could not even take one blow from the Rain Lord. Unfortunately, no one witnessed the battle with their own eyes, so they were naturally unable to come to a conclusion. Time passed little by little. More and more people started talking about the extreme Dan sacred region that was about to open. The 1,000-year sect was also busy because of this. They needed to prepare a large number of medicine soul stones to enter the Supreme Elixir Sanctuary. After all, without medicine soul stones, it was impossible to survive in the sanctuary. There were too many ancient immortal medicines in the extreme Dan sacred region. If the medicinal qi was too strong, the medicine would be 30% poisonous. If the medicinal qi was too strong, it would be poison. The cultivator entered. He needed to use the power of his medicine soul to resist the medicinal qi at all times. That was why he needed medicine soul stones. The stronger the medicine soul, the less medicine soul stones he needed. If the medicine soul was not strong, even an ancient immortal venerable would not be able to withstand that level of medicinal qi with his own strength. The entire 6 Desires sect had already moved to another star and merged into the 1,000-year sect. They had once found a mine of medicine soul stones. Now they had already mined a large amount of medicine soul stones. Ning Fan had already made sufficient preparations in this aspect. As for the map, Ning Fan did not collect too many of them. The extreme Dan sacred region was divided into two major regions, the outer region and the inner region. Ordinary cultivators who enter the extreme Dan sacred region to train would only move about in the outer region. If they enter the inner region, they would almost certainly die. Of course, there were also people who survived from the inner region and obtained great opportunities. For example, the sect master of the Pill sect had once obtained the Great Wilderness Cauldron in the inner region. Ning Fan had already obtained the map of the outer region a long time ago. As for the map of the inner region, it was difficult for him to obtain it. It was said that the inner region had already collapsed into tens of thousands of broken continents. The terrain was unpredictable and extremely dangerous. It was rare for anyone to survive from the inner region. Therefore, there were not many maps in the world. Even if there were maps, they were extremely fragmented and could only depict one or two continents among the tens of thousands of broken continents. As for the map, Ning Fan could not prepare it. He could only use the rain technique to find the way after he enters the extreme Dan sacred region. That was not a big problem. However, according to the information he obtained, the extreme Dan sacred region would be closed forever after it opens. Therefore, many old monsters would rather suppress their cultivation base to enter the extreme Dan sacred region for the last time. The number of slots to enter was limited. As a result, many of the slots of the juniors were taken away by the old monsters from their own sects this time. These were also a lot of things that Ning Fan was concerned about. He also planned to suppress his cultivation base to enter the extreme Dan sacred region. It seemed feasible because many old monsters were busy with this matter. However, there was still a limit to this kind of suppression. Even if a 7 Tribulation Immortal Emperor suppresses his cultivation base, he won't be able to enter. This is the result of the recent tests. However, the 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor is still unknown. Ning Fan casually flipped through some of the information collected by his subordinates. He had to admit that it was really comfortable to have a large group of subordinates, especially a capable subordinate like Old Wu. Just as Ning Fan said that he needed some Dao Spring to water the Tree of 7 Wonders, Old Wu eagerly ran to various sects to ask for the Dao Spring. He wanted to make contributions to improve Ning Fan's impression of him. As such, in the following days, Old Wu would return to the 1,000 Years sect every 10 to 15 days and bring back a large amount of Dao Spring for Ning Fan to water the Tree of 7 Wonders in order to improve his cultivation base. When the cultivation base of the ancient gods and ancient demons reached the peak of the early shedding void realm, they would be limited by the heart tribulation and could no longer improve further. As for the ancient devil, his cultivation base improved by leaps and bounds. As the Tree of 7 Wonders continued to grow taller, and fruits were produced continuously, his cultivation base was slowly advancing towards the 9th nirvana of the heavenly devil realm. Gradually, Ning Fan discovered a troublesome aspect of the Tree of 7 Wonders. After watering the Tree of 7 Wonders with too many low-grade Dao Springs, it began to become immune to the low-grade Dao Springs. It began to have difficulty absorbing the power of the spring. As such, it had to use high-grade Dao Springs in order to continue growing. This was one of the troublesome aspects. Another troublesome aspect was that immortal concubine Zhang Yu came to find Ning Fan on a night with a strange full moon. Zhang Yu gave Ning Fan an incomparably powerful feeling on this night. It was as if she was no longer a remnant soul, but an immortal emperor who used to be majestic. "Why are you looking for me?" Ning Fan muttered to himself. The increase in immortal concubine Zhang Yu's aura force tonight might have something to do with that full moon. "I have something to discuss with you. It's related to the eldest princess," immortal concubine Zhang Yu said with a serious expression. Since it was related to Mu Weiliang, she must be more serious and stop fooling around. Chapter 996. Tonight, immortal concubine Zhang Yu's aura was unprecedentedly powerful and serious. Today, she came to negotiate with Ning Fan. There were only 2 things she wanted to negotiate with him. Firstly, she wanted him to stay away from Mu Weiliang. Secondly, she wanted him to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. Ning Fan knitted his brows. He did not know that immortal concubine Zhang Yu would be so nosy as to interfere with his and Mu Weiliang's business. His relationship with Mu Weiliang did not seem to be something that Zhang Yu could interfere with. What surprised him even more was Zhang Yu's second request, rebuilding the ancient heavenly court. The ancient heavenly court had been destroyed for a long time, and all the cultivators had perished. What was the point of rebuilding it? What was the benefit to this woman? Why did she make such a request? If you can give me a reasonable reason for your second request, I can consider helping you. However, I will not agree to your first request. Liang has a special meaning to me. If it wasn't for her, I might not even have the chance to meet Fan Qi in my previous life. I would have died a long time ago. Ning Fan recalled the past that he had seen before. There was once a butterfly that flew to the ancient heavenly court without a care for anything else. It should have died, but a silly girl used the dew of a million-year-old spiritual medicine to prolong its life, allowing it to struggle at death's door. In terms of love, he and Mu Weiliang had interacted for 2 lifetimes, so it was impossible for him to abandon this woman. In terms of gratitude, it was even more impossible for him to abandon her. His feelings towards Mu Weiliang were extremely complicated, and they were even deeper because of this. Moreover, a portion of his feelings toward Ji He, Mu Xiaohuan, Mu Xiaoliang, and Si Wuxia were even mixed within it. Because these women were the reincarnations of a Liang's soul. The current Mu Weiliang had a new soul, but she had also lost her memories. One day, she would recover her memories. However, Ning Fan would gradually wonder if it would be better if Liang did not recover her memories. He didn't want her to recall the sorrow of the destruction of the ancient heavenly court. He didn't want her to recall the cruelty of the cultivation world. He only wanted her to be innocent and happy forever. Therefore, Ning Fan had never thought about rebuilding the ancient heavenly court. He did not have the intention to let Liang become the eldest princess of the ancient heavenly court. However, immortal concubine Zhang Yu wanted Liang to be the first princess again. You should understand one thing. I came to you tonight not to discuss, but to give you an order. Although I am a moonlight remnant god, I still have a trump card that I haven't used, and that is to use my life as the price to resist you. Once you planted the tribulation will imperial forbidden spell on me. I cherished my life and did not plan to fight to the death. Once, you humiliated me in every possible way. I was afraid of death and did not dare to use this trump card. But now, this matter concerns the eldest princess. If you really do not agree to my request, I will risk my life to take the eldest princess away from your side. Even if you have the imperial forbidden spell, it will not stop me from escaping. Little thief, your reputation is too bad. I can't watch the first princess be ruined in your hands, even if I die. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu said righteously, and her aura became stronger and stronger. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn, as if he was re-evaluating immortal concubine Zhang Yu. In his impression, immortal concubine Zhang Yu was a person who was afraid of death. It was not shameful. Every human being would be afraid of death. However, there were also some people who would forget the fear of death for some beliefs. Zhang Yu seemed to be such a person. He did not know what kind of relationship she had with Liang that made her want to protect her even if she had to die. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu was really meddlesome this time. Is my character that bad in your impression? Is it not worth it for you to entrust Liang to me? Ning Fan asked with a faint smile. He was not afraid of Zhang Yu's aura force, which was getting stronger and stronger. She even ordered me. This woman is really bold. She is indeed worthy of being an immortal emperor in the past. This made Zhang Yu secretly shocked. This little thief is really getting stronger and stronger. Even though she is not at her peak, even an ordinary sixth tribulation immortal emperor would not be able to withstand her current aura force. However, this little thief can actually withstand it. In terms of cultivation base and innate talent, this little thief is really a good match for the eldest princess. However, this person's character and conduct. These were the reasons why Zhang Yu decided to separate Ning Fan and Mu Weiliang. In her mind, Ning Fan's conduct was really bad. Otherwise, she would not have called him a little thief everywhere. Or perhaps, in the entire Eastern Heaven, Ning Fan's reputation was not bad. The successor of ancient chaos was the synonym of a cultivator who practiced dual cultivation. Everyone believed that Ning Fan must be a lustful person. However, compared to his reputation of being a playboy, Ning Fan's evil name of killing was much more resounding. Thus, everyone ignored Ning Fan's identity as a cultivator who practiced dual cultivation and directly regarded Ning Fan as one of the great devils in Eastern Heaven that they could not afford to offend. One should not provoke a tortoise with literature and a thief in the rain with martial arts. Ning Fan's reputation was already as bad as Wu Laoba's. Zhang Yu bit her lips. If you are willing to give the eldest princess a favor, I, Zhang Yu, am willing to be your human cauldron after I recover my physical body. Is it enough to exchange me for the eldest princess? You are my human cauldron. How can there be an exchange? Besides, even if you are not, I will not exchange you for A Liang even if I have 100 of you. I will not exchange you for her no matter how high the price is. There is one thing that you might not know. Ning Fan touched his glabella. Black starlight immediately surrounded his body. All of a sudden, immortal concubine Zhang Yu widened her almond-shaped eyes. Even her father has acknowledged the relationship between A Liang and me. Why do you have to stop me? It's actually the Black Star technique of the Heaven Sovereign. Impossible. This technique. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu was so shocked that she could not speak a word. The Black Star technique was a technique that was passed down from generation to generation in the Heaven Sovereign's lineage. Besides, this technique also had a secret that no one knew about. It could only be passed down by the previous generation's Black Star cultivator. In the era when the ancient heavenly court still existed, the Heaven Sovereign had never passed down the Black Star technique to anyone until he died in battle. In this world, there should not be any cultivators who have learned this technique, but Ning Fan did. Could it be that he had met the Heaven Sovereign after his death, and even obtained his inheritance? Could it be that the Heaven Sovereign knows about the relationship between me and the eldest princess and has really acknowledged it? Zhang Yu stared at Ning Fan's eyes for a long time and smiled bitterly. That's right. Even though this little thief does not have a good character, he has always been a man of his word. He would never lie to her. How would such an overbearing person like him be willing to lie to him? This time, I really meddled in other people's business. The eldest princess's father had already acknowledged this son-in-law of hers. Why should I, an insignificant person, meddle in this matter blindly? Moreover, I nearly got myself into trouble. Regarding the first request, just pretend that I have never said it. As for the matter about exchanging me for the eldest princess, immortal concubine Zhang Yu's chi became weaker and weaker. She felt a little guilty. What exchange? You are my human cauldron in the first place. Fine. Sooner or later, I will be plucked by this little thief. When immortal concubine Zhang Yu thought about how she would be plucked by Ning Fan after her physical body recovers in the future, she felt a little dejected and frustrated. However, when she thought of withdrawing her first request, she still had to fulfill her second request. Thus, she forced herself to be spirited and told Ning Fan the reason why she insisted on rebuilding the ancient heavenly court. It turned out that she owed A Liang's mother a great favor. That was why she wanted to repay her kindness. The reason why she wanted to rebuild the ancient heavenly court was also because she wanted to gather the clan's luck of the ancient heavenly court and give it to Mu Weiliang. Even though the ancient heavenly court has been destroyed, all its cultivators and the clan's luck is gone. If we can rebuild it and obtain the recognition of heaven, we can gather the clan's luck again. I once heard from the Heaven Empress that the ancestor of the ancient heavenly court was once a disciple of an ancient sacred sect in the true world. Because of the support of that ancient sacred sect, the ancient heavenly court was established. The ancient sacred sect will also allocate a small amount of the clan's luck to the ancient heavenly court every 1,000 years according to the rules. If we can rebuild the ancient heavenly court and let the eldest princess ascend to the throne of the heavenly sovereign, she might be able to form a connection with that ancient sacred sect again, and obtain a small amount of the clan's luck from them. Clan's luck, huh? So this is immortal concubine Zhang Yu's reason. Ning Fan did not know much about the clan's luck. Speaking of which, he still had 1,500 colored luck that he had yet to use. It was obtained from the Dao Carp clan. Is the clan's luck very important? Ning Fan asked. Zhang Yu rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Has your master, the ancient chaos era, ever told you about the importance of the clan's luck? No. Ning Fan sighed. The ancient chaos era's body was so weak that he never talked to him for a long time. There were many things that he could not explain to him. Forget it. Since you don't know about it, it's the same for me to tell you. A person has luck, a clan has luck, a country has the luck of a country, and the heavens have the luck of heaven. If a person's luck is strong, they can obtain more opportunities and encounter more opportunities. The same goes for a clan. For example, your Qianqiu sect has the clan's luck. Similarly, the Slaughter Palace and the Godly Void Pavilion each have their own clan's luck. For example, the entire human race has its own clan's luck. The demon race also has its own clan's luck. If the clan's luck is strong, the chances of the clan giving birth to a strong expert will be greater. The stronger the clan's luck is, the more prosperous the clan will be. On the other hand, the clan will gradually decline. The greatest advantage of the clan's luck is that it can be used to strengthen oneself. For example, if the Qianqiu sect's luck is strong enough, you can ignore the bottleneck in your cultivation and directly break through it. If there's a heavenly tribulation that you can't resist, you can also use the clan's luck to block it. This is the advantage of having the clan's luck. If I have the clan's luck, will I be able to ignore the shedding void tribulation and advance all the way? Ning Fan was a little tempted. He had to admit that this shedding void tribulation was really troublesome. If I can avoid the tribulation by some tricks, I should be able to make my divine and demon cultivation base break through to the mid-shedding void tribulation. How much luck do I need to break through the shedding void tribulation? Ning Fan asked. Shedding void tribulation? If it's the shedding void tribulation, it will at least need the clan's luck of 1,000 colors in order to ignore it. The bottleneck of the thought fragmentation realm requires the clan's luck of at least 10,000 colors. The bottleneck of the immemorial realm requires the clan's luck of 100,000 colors or more. Don't even think about it. In this illusionary world, there isn't any clan that has the clan's luck of 1,000 colors. Even the declining 10 clans of the World Guardian don't have it. After all, the clan's luck in this world is limited. It has long been controlled by the large clans of the true world. That's why there are fights over it. Why would they let the small forces of the illusionary world get a share of it? Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with astonishment. Others might not have the clan's luck, but he did. Everyone in the world knew that it was difficult to overcome the shedding void tribulation. It was normal for a person to be stuck for millions of years. There were even many people who were stuck for their entire lives. Now, if he has the luck of 1,000 colors, he could ignore the shedding void tribulation and directly advance to the next realm. Even though accumulating the magic power of the shedding void tribulation also required time, the path of a cultivator to break through the shedding void tribulation was almost unobstructed. As long as he had enough magic power, he could advance to the next realm without any bottlenecks. Ning Fan had 1,500 colors of the shedding void tribulation. If he uses it on the Qianqiu sect, wouldn't it mean that as long as the cultivators of the Qianqiu sect have sufficient cultivation base, they could ignore the bottleneck of the shedding void tribulation and continuously produce shedding void tribulation experts? Even he himself could benefit from it. However, there are also disadvantages to using the clan's luck to advance to the next realm. The principle behind the blessing of the clan's luck and the blessing of merit are the same. Both of them use tricks. Therefore, cultivators of the same level would be weaker than those who break through normally. What immortal concubine Zhang Yu said next calmed Ning Fan down a little. It seems like it's not suitable for me to use the clan's luck to break through the shedding void tribulation. However, I can give it to those cultivators of the Duzhen realm, who don't have the qualifications to use it. Those who did not have enough innate potential were already very lucky to be able to enter the shedding void tribulation. Even if they were slightly weaker than those who were at the same level as them, they would still be much stronger than any Duzhen. Moreover, if they could ignore the shedding void tribulation, it would be even more difficult for them to pass through the bottleneck of the true immortal realm and life immortal realm. It was foreseeable that once Ning Fan gives the Qianqiu sect 1,500 colors of the shedding void tribulation, the disciples of the sect would break through their bottlenecks one after another, and their cultivation bases would improve tremendously. This is feasible. Why don't I do it right now? Then Liang and the others can also benefit from it. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that this Qianqiu sect doesn't have the clan's luck. If it does, those major forces of the four heavens will do everything they can to annihilate the Qianqiu sect and seize your clan's luck. Sigh. The clan's luck is really too important. In this illusory dream world where there is no clan's luck, it's even more precious. Immortal concubine Zhongyu poured another bucket of cold water on Ning Fan, making him even calmer. It seems like before I have the strength to protect the clan's luck, I still can't use it. If I use it now, I'm afraid the forces of the four heavens will gang up on me. Ning Fan sighed softly. His current strength was sufficient to establish himself in the four heavens. However, it was still not enough to compete with the true old monsters for the clan's luck. As for the clan's luck, I can only wait until I become stronger in the future. I already know the reason why you want to rebuild the ancient heavenly court. However, this matter still needs to be discussed at length. According to Zhongyu, after the ancient heavenly court is rebuilt, the ancient heavenly court can receive a small portion of the clan's luck from the sacred sect of the true world every 1,000 years. No one knew if these clans' luck would cause the old monsters of the four heavens to fight for it. Now that the ancient heavenly court is being rebuilt, Ning Fan knew that he did not have the strength of a heaven sovereign to protect it. This matter indeed needs to be discussed at length. Just the preparation alone already requires a lot of things. However, you don't have to worry. Just leave the preparation to me. I just want you to help me with one thing. Help me find a suitable physical body as soon as possible. Immortal concubine Zhongyu's face was filled with worry. She needed her physical body to recover her cultivation base. Only then would she have the strength to protect the rebuilt ancient heavenly court. However, if she had a physical body, it would be plucked by little c. How frustrating. How contradictory. When you were at your peak, you were an eternal ninth tribulation immortal emperor. It's not easy to find a suitable physical body for a nine tribulation immortal emperor to possess. Ning Fan frowned. This was indeed a little troublesome. I know a place that has a suitable fleshly body. You'll be going there soon. When the time comes, take me with you. You mean, the Supreme Pill Sacred Region? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. Yes, that's the place. That place used to be the place where a saint of the Dao Hun clan gathered herbs. Later on, it was taken away by the immortal sovereign, and became a secret place to seal the 9 gates of infinite desolation. In the era when the ancient heavenly court still existed, I have been there many times. I still have an impression of the terrain there. If you bring me there, it will definitely be helpful. It was the first time immortal concubine Zhongyu took the initiative to help Ning Fan with a task. Of course, it was to find a physical body for herself. After hearing that Zhongyu knew the way, Ning Fan was instantly moved. However, he had some concerns at the same time. I heard that immortal emperors who are above the 7th tribulation realm can't enter the sacred region, even if they suppress their cultivation base. When I died, all that's left of me is a trace of moonlight. How can I be considered as an immortal emperor? Of course, I can enter the sacred region. If those 7th tribulation immortal emperors are willing to die like me, they can also enter the sacred region. However, there might not be anyone who is willing to pay such a huge price to enter the sacred region. The outer region of the sacred region doesn't have many benefits. It can only serve as a place for the juniors to train. The inner region, on the other hand, has benefits, but it's extremely dangerous. Even if I enter it when I'm at my peak, I still have to be careful. However, after entering the inner region, there's no need for you to suppress your cultivation base. If anything happens, you will be able to escape with your many techniques. What she meant was that she needed to enter the inner region to search for her physical body in the sacred region. Ning Fan pondered for a while. Ouyang Nuan's trial only needed to be carried out in the outer region. There was no need for her to enter the inner region. Of course, it's highly possible that Jiuchu's sacrificial artifact is in the inner region. If it's in the outer region, it would have already been found by others. In other words, I still have to go to the inner region after all. Of course, there will be dangers. However, in order to let Jiuli mature, he could not care less about it now. Moreover, if he can really find a suitable physical body for Zhongyu in the inner region, the benefits he would obtain would certainly not be small. After all, he had planted a child relic in Zhongyu's body. If Zhongyu recovers her cultivation base and improves her strength greatly, he would also be able to obtain a significant increase in his cultivation base, because of that child relic. After all, Zhongyu was his relic cauldron. By the way, how can you be sure that there is a suitable physical body for you in the inner region of the sacred region? Ning Fan asked casually. That saint who used to gather herbs in the Supreme Pill sacred region has a passion for raising young boys and girls as medicine slaves to test medicines. Most of the medicine slaves will die early. Of course, there are also some who will only die when their cultivation base is higher. According to rumors, the young boys and girls who died from the medicine were frozen by that saint to be admired. Among them, there is no lack of peak immortal emperors. There seems to be even a quasi-saint's physical body. After all, the masters of those medicine slaves are dignified saints. Oh, it seems like they are going to seize the corpses of those people who died from the medicine. Then there are 4 goals for this trip. To bring Ouyang Nuan for a trial, to help Jiuli become an adult, to help Zhongyu find a physical body, and to search for innate soul-nourishing spiritual medicine to treat Qi Yilan, the daughter of the Phoenix Emperor. After discussing with Ning Fan, Zhongyu seemed to have untied the knot in his heart. He still looked after Mu Weiliang and Yilan, who were running around everywhere every day. However, he no longer rejected Mu Weiliang from coming into contact with Ning Fan. As the day of the opening of the Supreme Pill sacred region drew closer, Ning Fan's tree of 7 wonders grew taller and taller. A small bottle of a 9th grade Dao spring could be sold for 10 million Dao crystals. A small bottle of an 8th grade Dao spring could be sold for 50 million Dao crystals. These Dao springs that were unimaginably expensive to ordinary cultivators were taken by Ning Fan casually, and watered the tree of 7 wonders at will. Usually, the tree of 7 wonders could only grow about 1 qi taller when it was poured with nearly 10 billion Dao springs. Luckily, the number of Dao springs that Old Wu asked for was enough. Their total value nearly exceeded 50 trillion Dao crystals. Ning Fan had forcefully watered the tree of 7 wonders to 700 zhang from its height of 135 zhang. During this period, the tree of 7 wonders produced fruits of the 7 treasures for 6 consecutive times, which greatly improved Ning Fan's ancient devil cultivation base. He was now only a step away from breaking through to the 9th nirvana realm of the heavenly devil realm. It was equivalent to advancing from the peak shedding void realm to the early thought fragmentation realm. Within the eastern heaven, who could make their peak shedding void realm cultivation base so close to breaking through to the early thought fragmentation realm in just 2 years? No one could do it. When one's cultivation base has reached this level, one must advance steadily and steadily. However, Ning Fan had poured nearly 50 trillion Dao springs into the tree. This amount of wealth was enough to establish an immortal king realm force. What a waste! However, the benefits were also obvious. Ning Fan's cultivation base was improving very quickly. That was enough. After all, these Dao springs were all extorted by Old Wu. He did not need to spend a single copper coin on them. A 700 zhang tall tree of 7 wonders was enough to refine a 12th nirvana realm magic treasure. If it could grow to 10,000 zhang, it would be enough to refine innate magic treasures. Of course, Ning Fan would not be so wasteful. If this tree could grow to 10,000 zhang, it would be enough to protect him when he ascends to the immortal sage realm. It was a pity that it wasn't easy to grow to 10,000 feet. After 7,000 feet, the 9th grade Dao spring that was used to water the wondrous tree of 7 treasures was almost useless. Even the 8th grade and 7th grade Dao springs were not very effective. Only 6th grade Dao springs and above could make the tree grow quickly, which was troublesome. There weren't many Dao springs above 6th grade in the eastern sky. Even if the major factions still had some in stock, Almost all of them had been plundered by Wu Laoba, and it wouldn't be good to ask for more. In the markets of the various cultivation planets, the price of the Dao Spring had increased by 10 times. There was no other way. The production of the Dao Spring was limited. Most of the stock had been plundered by Wu Laoba. With less supply, the price would naturally increase. Damn it! Why is the Taoist Spring so expensive now? I originally planned to buy a bottle of 8th grade Dao Spring to nourish my magic treasure, but in the end, I only had enough to buy a bottle of 9th grade Dao Spring even after I went bankrupt. This caused me to be unable to repair my magic treasure for a long time. This old man had originally planned to go to the Supreme Dan Divine City to snatch a spot, but now, I don't even have a magic treasure. How can I snatch it? You. With your cultivation base at the 8th layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. You still want to snatch a spot in the Sacred Region? You know, this time, the Supreme Dan Sacred Region only released a total of 200 spots. Moreover, because this is the last time the Sacred Region will be opened, more than 90% of the spots have been snatched by the second step old monsters. The remaining 10% has also been divided by the heavenly prides of the major factions. Although there are also some scattered spots released for us rogue cultivators to fight for, it's just 20 spots. How can it be enough for the rogue cultivators of the Eastern Sky to share? I heard that there are more than 400 single-life immortals among the rogue cultivators who came to fight for the spots this time. There are also many Duzhan and Shikong. With so many experts fighting for the spots, what does it have to do with this old man? It's fine if I don't go to the Supreme Dan Divine City this time. Go. Why not go? It is said that there will be cultivators of the secret race participating in the opening of the Sacred Region this time. That's the secret race. We Void Fragmentation Realm rogue cultivators have never seen the cultivators of the secret race with our own eyes. Oh, the secret race will come? Then I really have to go and have a look. Snow began to fall in the starry sky of the Supreme Dan Divine City. More and more cultivators rushed towards the Supreme Dan Divine City, while riding on the wind and snow. Of course, they were here to witness this rare grand event. The market of the Supreme Dan Divine City was already filled with cultivators from all directions. All the temporary abodes were already fully occupied. The shops in the market were also full of customers. In the wind and snow, a green-robed lady was strolling on the long street while carrying a furry little beast in her arms. Her beautiful eyes were sometimes angry and sometimes happy, sometimes resentful and sometimes confused. It was as if she was missing something. Behind her, there were a few Life Immortal Realm and True Immortal Realm cultivators protecting her. Occasionally, some of the cultivators who passed by recognized this lady and were secretly surprised. Some of them even whispered, "Isn't this lady the first disciple of the medicine sect, Ouyang Nuan?" Now that the pill sect has been destroyed, the #1 pill concoction sect in Eastern Heaven will definitely belong to the medicine sect. The status of the first disciple of the medicine sect is even more important than before. I heard that this lady's medicine soul has actually broken through to the 9th Revolution lead grade after she came out from her seclusion. She can already concoct the 9 Revolution lead pill. This lady is truly a genius. Advancing to the Silver Core Realm is just a matter of time. It's highly possible for her to advance to the Gold Core Realm in this lifetime. After all, this woman possesses the legendary 5-colored medicine soul. I've heard that there are already many old monsters of the Eastern Sky who have declared that they want to protect this girl. Among them, there is no lack of immortal venerables of the ancient times. It seems that they have taken a fancy to this girl's superb aptitude in alchemy. After all, this girl will at least be a 9 Revolution Silver Pill Master in the future. It can be said that her future is boundless, and it is good to befriend her earlier. I heard that this woman has an ambiguous relationship with the Rain Immortal Monarch. Nonsense. Ouyang Nuan is the goddess in my heart. How could she be with the Rain Thief? Don't mention this matter again, otherwise, we won't be able to be friends anymore. Ouyang Nuan knitted her brows. She didn't like to hear people belittling Ning Fan, but she had no way to stop them from talking about him. Currently, Ning Fan's infamy had spread far and wide across the entire Eastern Heaven. Infamy, of course, was not a good one. Whenever she thought of the saying, "Don't provoke a tortoise with literature, and don't provoke a thief with martial arts," she would get angry. Since when was her man on the same level as a tortoise? Was he insulting her? The Rain Monarch sounded so nice, so why was he called the Rain Thief? Harry Ball, oh Harry Ball. You will be able to see your father soon. Do you miss him? Ouyang Nuan stroked the little beast in her bosom. It immediately let out a comfortable moan. This little beast was the spirit selection that Ouyang Nuan had obtained from cutting the divine chests in the past. It was enough for Ouyang Nuan to raise it to the ghost profound realm. The speed of its cultivation-based growth was really terrifying. It's been a long time. I wonder how he is. Ouyang Nuan looked at the wind and snow and murmured. Suddenly, a clear voice called out to her from behind. Miss Nuan, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Are you strolling around the marketplace? Do you need me to accompany you? The person who called out to Ouyang Nuan was a cultivator in white robes who was as gentle as jade. His surname was Lin and his name was Xiantong. He was one of the disciples of great Emperor Mo He of the Eastern Heaven. His bone age was less than 1 million years old, but his cultivation base was already at the late shedding void realm. Ouyang Nuan knitted her brows. Even though she did not like talking to this person, she still kept a distance from him because of his identity. Oh, it's young Master Lin. Thank you for your kindness. However, I don't need anyone to accompany me. It was a very obvious rejection. Lin Xiantong frowned and then said gently, If that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. Please help yourself, Mississippi. Ouyang Nuan took her leave. After a long time, Lin Xiantong looked at the direction where Ouyang Nuan left with a gloomy expression. Why are you pretending to be chaste? Do you think I can't see that you have already lost your primordial een? Humph. If it wasn't because my master told me to get close to you. Lin Xiantong let out a cold harumph and turned around to meet up with the other senior and junior brothers. Obviously, Ouyang Nuan did not take Lin Xiantong seriously. Ever since her pill refinement mastery improved tremendously, the number of male cultivators who wanted to get close to her had increased. Every time she met these people, she would feel extremely annoyed. Unknowingly, she walked to the gambling house of the Supreme Dan Divine City. Inside the gambling house, there were many old monsters who were gambling on the divine chests. Their shouts reminded Ouyang Nuan of the past. That year, when she first met Ning Fan, they were also cutting the divine chests. Even this little hairy ball was cut out from the divine chests. There's still more than a month before the opening of the holy region. He should be here soon. While she was still in a daze, Ouyang Nuan suddenly realized that the entire Supreme Dan Divine City had become quiet. The pedestrians on the streets stopped walking. All of them raised their necks and looked at the starry sky with a shocked expression. The people in the gambling house stopped shouting. All they could hear was the sound of people sucking in cold air. Taverns, tea houses, cultivators who were sipping tea and drinking wine rushed out. Their expressions were filled with fear and dread as they looked at the figures that were continuously descending from the divine city. Even Lin Xiantong's expression changed greatly. He looked at the sky in a humble manner. Only Ouyang Nuan's eyes suddenly had color and light. That figure continued to descend towards the gambling house until he landed beside Ouyang Nuan. Thus, the entire long street became empty with Ouyang Nuan as the center. No one dared to get close to her. At this moment, countless rays of light burst out from the depths of the divine city and rushed towards her in a frenzy. They had to come. Even if an immortal king came, it would not make the Supreme Dan Divine City act as if it was facing a great enemy. However, this person was different. Wherever he went, there would be trouble. Rain Lord, you are here for the opening of the Saint Region. My Supreme Dan Divine City has already prepared a high-grade cave residence to receive the ancient cultivators. If Rain Lord is tired, you might as well take a rest in the cave residence and wait for the opening of the Saint Region. An immortal king who was riding a rhinoceros hurried over with a large group of experts of the divine city. Each of them wore a solemn expression. They were not inviting him to their cave residence to rest. They wanted to put him under house arrest before the opening of the Saint Region. They wanted to prevent him from running around and causing trouble, so that it would be easier for them to monitor him. It's the Battle Rhinoceros Immortal King. Rain Lord, what a grand show of extravagance. As soon as you arrive in the Divine City, you are already greeted by a fourth tribulation Immortal King like the Battle Rhinoceros Immortal King. Countless people were secretly shocked. He had already received the news that he was not the first person to be invited into a special cave residence as soon as he entered the Divine City. Before him, there were also a few ancient devil cultivators who were invited away as soon as they arrived at the Supreme Dan Divine City. However, the actions of the Supreme Dan Divine City were equally domineering. They had to lock up those devil cultivators who liked to cause trouble, and provide them with good food and drinks. They would only be released when the Saint region opens. Husband. Ouyang Nuan looked at Ning Fan with a hint of longing and speechlessness. Why is it that wherever my husband goes, there will be chaos? Is there a need to do that? My husband is obviously very gentle and harmless. Nuan Air, wait for me. After I finish talking to Immortal King Battle Rhino, I will accompany you to visit this gambling house and compete with you in the divine treasures. Ning Fan stroked Ouyang Nuan's black hair and leaped into the sky with a smile. In the wind and snow, he cupped his fists towards Immortal King Battle Rhino. Immortal King Battle Rhino did not dare to be careless. He immediately returned the greeting, but his expression was still cold. Rain Lord, please follow me to the cave residence of the distinguished guests and have a rest. What if I don't go? Ning Fan asked with a smile. All of a sudden, all the cultivators behind Immortal King Battle Rhino drew out their flying swords and pointed them at Ning Fan with a vigilant look. Immortal King Battle Rhino, on the other hand, was very calm. He knew that Ning Fan would not cause any trouble since his old ancestor was in the Divine City. He waved his hand and ordered the cultivators behind him to put away their flying swords. Rain Lord, it's fine if you don't want to rest in the cave residence. My old ancestor has said that you are special. If you don't want to stay in the cave residence, you have to do one thing. After you do this, you will have absolute freedom in the Divine City. Oh, what do I have to do in order to get my freedom? Ning Fan pondered over the words of Immortal King Battle Rhino. It's very simple. If you can hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn without being defeated, you can do whatever you want. If you can't do it, then follow me into the cave residence and have a rest. Immortal King Battle Rhino waved his hand. The cultivators behind him immediately retreated, making space for Ning Fan and Do Shi. Ning Fan knew that if he does not fight, he would be put under house arrest. Thus he did not say much. With a flip of his hand, a dark blue Dao sword that flowed like flowing water appeared in his hand. All right. My abilities have improved quite a lot recently. I was just thinking of learning from fellow Taoist. Please enlighten me. Dao weapon, huh? Fighting against the four tribulations with just a first tribulation realm cultivation base? Is he looking down on me? This young man is indeed arrogant. Just like what my old ancestor has said. Immortal King Battle Rhino let out a cold snort. He flipped his hand and took out a pair of purple golden hammers. Then he leaped onto his rhinoceros and charged straight at Ning Fan. That purple golden hammer was also a Dao weapon. However, Ning Fan's cultivation base was still low. Thus he was only using a Dao weapon. If he uses a magic treasure that was stronger than a Dao weapon, wouldn't he be laughed at by all the cultivators in the world? The rhinoceros leaped forward and instantly pounced on Ning Fan. The Battle Rhino twin hammers were struck at the same time. The purple golden hammers were covered with electric arcs that made sizzling noises. After they struck, the entire starry sky was illuminated by the lightning. The cultivators in the Divine City widened their eyes. It was the first time for many of them to find out that Immortal King Battle Rhino's Dao weapon was actually a pair of purple golden hammers. Even though it's just an attack from a Dao weapon, it's still an attack from a fourth tribulation Immortal King. Ordinary second tribulation Immortal Venerables might not be able to withstand this attack if they don't use their magic treasures. It's going to be difficult for Rain Lord to withstand this attack with just a Dao weapon. He will probably have to use that mysterious golden light protective ability. Many people had the same thought. Even the Battle Rhino Immortal King also had the same thought. However, Ning Fan did not activate the God Exterminating Shield. He only made a blocking gesture with the ocean-defying sword in front of the twin hammers. Dong! Ning Fan was struck by the twin hammers and was forced to take 7 steps back continuously. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. Similarly, the Battle Rhino Immortal King was forced to take 7 steps back. His eyes that were always cold and indifferent showed a hint of surprise. Was it really a Dao weapon sword that he struck just now? He actually felt a terrifying weight from that Dao weapon despite the hasty strike. It was Ning Fan who was stepping on golden light. Without giving the Battle Rhino any time to hesitate, he directly approached him and slashed down with his sword. When the Battle Rhino saw that the force of the sword was extremely heavy, he naturally did not dare to underestimate it. He raised his twin hammers to block the attack. However, both of his arms were numbed by the force of the sword. The excruciating pain was unbearable. The rhinoceros that he was riding on let out a miserable shriek. Because it could not withstand the force of Ning Fan's sword, it directly coughed out blood and died. The Battle Rhino was shocked. He lifted his twin hammers and hurriedly retreated from the dead rhinoceros. However, Ning Fan approached him again. This time, the light of 3 sovereign Dao laws were directly wrapped around the sword: rain, dark, and war. Ning Fan did not use the wood and phoenix laws. Thus, this sword attack was still not his strongest form. However, the sharpness of this sword was already enough to make the Battle Rhino's scalp go numb. He still wanted to use his twin hammers to block the attack. However, this time, both of his hammers were broken by Ning Fan's sword. In this battle of Dao weapons, the Battle Rhino's Dao weapon was actually defeated by Ning Fan's Dao weapon. Moreover, the outcome of the battle was decided in just 2 rounds. Why is this young man's Dao weapon so powerful? I'm afraid there are only a few 12 Nirvana magic treasures that can reach this level of power. The Battle Rhino was extremely shocked. He was not confident that he could withstand Ning Fan's attack with just his Dao weapon. If he takes out his magic treasure to continue the battle, he would lose a lot of face in front of all the cultivators in the city. As he thought of this, the Battle Rhino's eyes turned slightly gloomy. He felt that he had fallen into Ning Fan's trap from the moment he took out his purple golden hammers. Did this young man intentionally use his Dao weapon to fight me just to create this situation? Forget it. Since Lord Rain can destroy my Dao weapon with a single strike, I believe it won't be difficult for you to last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn in my hands. Since that's the case, I'm willing to give Lord Rain full freedom. However, I also hope that Lord Rain won't create trouble in the Supreme Dan Divine City. If Lord Rain goes against this rule, I, the Battle Rhino, will definitely be the first to capture you. Even if you can fight against the 2 kings and 6 venerated beings of the Flamboyant Mountain, you might not be able to withstand my insect technique. The Battle Rhino flicked his sleeves and kept the mount that had been killed. Then he left with a large group of people. However, every cultivator who witnessed the battle with their own eyes was greatly shocked. What they saw was the battle between Ning Fan and the Battle Rhino Immortal King's Dao weapon. In the end, Ning Fan, who was much weaker than the Battle Rhino Immortal King, had the upper hand. In just 2 rounds, he had forced the Battle Rhino Immortal King to retreat. It was another great topic to talk about. When Ning Fan landed on the ground, Ouyang Nuan's small mouth was already wide open. She was so shocked that she could not close it. She had heard about Ning Fan's countless achievements, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. Thus, she was not shocked. This time, however, she saw it with her own eyes. That was the Battle Rhino Immortal King. Among the 4 tribulations of the ancient times, he was considered as one of the strongest. However, he was actually forced to retreat by her husband so easily. It's rare for me to come to this gambling house. Do you want to check the divine chests? As soon as Ning Fan opened the treasure-searching compass in his sleeve, almost all the divine chests in the gambling house were exposed in front of him. He would know who was hiding the good stuff and who was hiding the ferocious items after a quick search. Unfortunately, there were some good items here occasionally, but none of them were enough to impress him. After all, this place was right under the nose of an immortal emperor. Would he even have a chance to obtain good stuff? However, if he wants to play with Ouyang Nuan, the items here would be enough. Alright, let's see who can cut the better stuff. If I lose, I'll be punished. Let's just compete in cutting the medicinal herbs. Ouyang was full of confidence. Her medicine soul had improved tremendously, and her senses towards the divine chests of spiritual herbs had become sharper. She did not believe that she would lose to Ning Fan. Ning Fan hid the treasure-searching compass in his sleeve. He would never admit that he had cheated. Thus, after a round of checking the divine chests, Ning Fan and Ouyang returned with great rewards. Of course, Ning Fan was slightly better than her. Let's go. Let's go to the immortal cave that the Battle Rhino Immortal King prepared for me. We'll have a good talk about the punishment. Ning Fan gave Ouyang delicate body a meaningful glance. Ouyang face instantly flushed. I knew that was the punishment in his mind. Chapter 997. Ning Fan had not seen Ouyang for many years. Now that they had met again, he certainly would not let go of the lamb that was already in his mouth. The two of them strolled around the Supreme Dan Divine City for a long time. Eventually, they returned to the immortal cave that the Divine City had arranged for them. After enjoying themselves for a while, Ning Fan also planted a seed relic for Ouyang. Ouyang, who was half a step into the second step, broke through the bottleneck of the human Xian realm with the help of the seed Sarira, and broke through to the late stage of the human Xian realm. That was not the main point. The main point was that after planting the relic, Ning Fan temporarily suppressed the heavenly tribulation for Ouyang and continued to have sex with her. The maids of the Divine City, who were serving outside the cave abode, blushed when they heard the faint sounds coming from inside the cave abode. The sky was about to brighten, and this Rain Lord was actually still doing it. Cultivators were so indulgent. As expected of the successor of ancient chaos, Old Ancestor Doshi asked us to pay attention to all of Rain Sovereign's actions while we are serving her. If there are any unusual movements, we must report it at once. I don't think there's a need to report this matter. Avoid Fragmentation Realm maidservant whispered to the others using telepathy. There's no need for that. Old Ancestor Doshi had instructed that the Rain Monarch is a lecherous person. This kind of thing is extremely normal. Naturally, there's no need to report it. It's just that I didn't expect that the head disciple of the medicine sect, whose reputation has risen in the eastern sky, would actually be the Rain Monarch's bed warmer. TSK. Another servant girl sighed and added. As long as the Rain Lord did not trespass into the Ancestral Master's forbidden grounds and did not commit any killings in the Divine City, there is no need to report anything else. Speaking of the Ancestral Master's golden earth, recently, there has been a strange fragrance coming from the Ancestral Master's forbidden ground. I heard from the senior brothers that the heaven and earth peach tree of the Ancestral Master is blooming. Our ancestors' famous Dharma treasure was the demon sealing board, but it was taken away by old demon Sun Luo during the chaos back then. Fortunately, Ancestral Master still has this treasure. Although it is not a mid-grade innate treasure, it is still one of the best among the low-grade innate treasures. While the maids were whispering to each other, they didn't notice that a furry little thing suddenly flashed and flew out of the cave. It was the fur ball that Ning Fan gave to Ouyang. Hairy Ball was practically covering his face as he slipped out of the cave. It was scary and shy. She was already a young lady, and she already had some understanding of the matters between men and women. Her father and mother were having sex, but they didn't avoid her at all. Did they really think that she was a little demonic beast who didn't know anything? Forget it. Let father and mother mate. I want to sneak out to play. Furball's bloodline was that of an extinct ancient true spirit, Ling Xian. Ling Xian liked the color white and liked to move rather than stay still. Its innate divine ability was concealment. The current Furball was already at the early stage of the Ghost Profound Realm, so it was extremely easy for him to intentionally avoid the eyes and ears of the maids. After sneaking out of the cave, where should he go to play? In the snowy night sky, Furball stretched lazily and sniffed around the entire city. He instantly smelled an extremely secretive fragrance, and he could not help but fly in that direction. The Supreme Dan Divine City was very big, but with Furball's speed, he flew across the entire Divine City in just a few breaths. There were many cultivators patrolling the divine city in the night sky. Many of them were true immortals of the Dujin realm. Fortunately, Furball's innate talent in concealment was amazing. He managed to avoid being detected by these true immortals. Just like that, he went all the way to the center of the divine city, outside a dilapidated and desolate ancient palace. The passage of the palace was unusually quiet. There was not a single cultivator guarding this place, which made Furball quite surprised. There was also an ancient aura force coming from the depths of the palace, causing the snowstorm in the starry sky to be unable to drift into the airspace of the palace, leaving only a thick layer of snow outside the palace. In the palace, there was a peerless expert guarding it. This was Furball's keen intuition as a true spirit realm demonic beast. His intuition told him that he must not step into this place. Even in the depths of the palace, there was always an alluring fragrance coming from it. This smell should be the heaven and earth peach branch. In Furball's bloodline memory, this item was considered a rare treasure. The peach branch itself could be refined into a wood-type magical treasure. Once the peach blossom blossomed, it could seal the heavens and lock the earth. Once the peach fruit was formed, it could greatly improve the power of the medicine soul. It was a rare treasure for alchemists who specialized in the medicine soul, or for alchemists who tempered their pill bodies. What a pity! Smelling this fragrance, not only did the peach blossom, but there were also many peach fruits. If only he could get 2 for his parents to taste. Sigh no way. There was such a powerful old monster guarding this place. This was not a treasure that he could covet. If it was not for the fact that Furball had yet to transform and his throat bone had yet to transform, he would definitely sigh at this moment. Sigh. What a pity. A treasure like the Heaven and Earth Peach Branch is actually in the hands of a primal Dan Great Emperor. This is not someone that I can threaten. Otherwise, if I were to offer it to Master, it would definitely be a great merit. Peach branch, peach blossom, peach fruit. Sigh, what a pity. Furball quivered. What's going on? How could there be a voice on the snowy ground where there was no one else? Could it be that there was someone else hiding here besides him? With this thought in mind, Furball did not want to cause any more trouble. He wanted to leave this ancient palace and soar into the sky. However, he was suddenly blocked by a gentle light wall that appeared suddenly. He fell from the sky and was forced to reveal himself. Not good. There was actually a large formation here. One could enter but not leave. Furball was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He knew that this movement would definitely attract the attention of the old monster in the palace. If someone found out that he had trespassed, he could not care about hiding anymore. He desperately tried to escape from this place. However, he was blocked by the light wall again and again. He could not escape. You are just a little demon of the spirit mystic realm. How dare you trespass into the ancestral master's forbidden area? The 4 half-kneeling stone statues beside the palace gate suddenly spoke. Following that, there was a cracking sound. Gradually, their petrified skin peeled off. Their original bodies were actually 4 cultivators whose hands and feet were tied up. Their eyes were empty and their aura of death was overwhelming. It was unknown how long their physical bodies had been dead. Their skin was already dark green and hard. And the aura that these 4 dead cultivators faintly exuded had reached the thought fragmentation realm. One of the dead cultivators pulled back his hand. Immediately, there was an unimaginable sealing force that restrained Furball's entire body. He could not move at all. It's over. It's in big trouble. The palace that it had trespassed was actually the forbidden area of the Supreme Dan Divine City. And it had been caught on the spot. Father is not here. Nuanyuan's mother is also not here. What to do? What to do? This little guy, is it Ling Xia? I heard that Master's old lover, the first disciple of the medicine faction, has a Ling Xia demon pet. Could it be this one? If it is really so, on the empty snowy ground, an extremely wretched cultivator suddenly appeared. His figure flashed and blocked in front of Furball. This person only casually flicked his sleeves. There was an unimaginable ancient aura that swept towards the 4 dead cultivators like a wild wind blowing leaves. Even though the 4 dead cultivators were all thought fragmentation realm cultivators, They were also swept away by the person's sleeves. The 4 dead cultivators were extremely fearful. Their eyes were fixed on the person, and they did not dare to move recklessly. Without a doubt, the person who came was an ancient immortal venerable Wuxia, dark luck cultivator. It's quite a lively night tonight. These people are Ning Fan's subordinates, aren't they? In the depths of the palace, an immortal emperor with long ears who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness. If it was someone else who dared to behave atrociously in front of the primal core great sovereign realm, he would be punished even if he was the disciple of an immortal emperor. However, this man and beast were different. They were related to Ning Fan. In that case, it was not appropriate for him to act against them. Otherwise, he would have a falling out with Ning Fan even before entering the Supreme Dan sacred region. Forget it. The primal core great sovereign realm closed his eyes and did not care about the man and beast who were fleeing in a hurry. With Wu Laoba's help, the palace's formation naturally couldn't trap this man and beast. That's right. The cultivator who was also hiding outside the palace was Old Wu Ba. As the Supreme Dan sacred region was about to open, Old Wu Ba and the others followed Ning Fan to the Supreme Dan divine city. He was not in a hurry to meet Ning Fan. As a loyal servant, of course, he knew when to be sensible and leave to give his master a chance to be alone with the beauty. Thus, Old Wu Ba, who had nothing to do, began to wander around the Supreme Dan divine city alone. Holding the treasure-searching turtle in his hand, he naturally sensed the strange fragrance coming from the heaven and earth peach tree. He hid at the side and coveted it. However, he did not dare to act recklessly because he was afraid of the primal core great sovereign's reputation. Sigh. That's a primal core great sovereign we're talking about. It's not some random cat or dog that can be frightened by his dark luck. Old Wu Ba was filled with regret. If he was not so stubborn, he would certainly make a move for the heaven and earth peach tree. This item was considered as one of the top treasures in the notes left behind by his master. If I can offer it to my master, it will definitely be a great merit. What a pity, forget it. Saving the demon pet of my mistress is also considered a small merit. Old Wu Ba's beady eyes were rolling around, giving Harry Ball an extremely funny feeling. Oh my, who is this person? He actually saved me when I was in danger. What a good person. Harry Ball wanted to express its gratitude to Old Wu Ba, but it suddenly saw the evil intent in his eyes. Speaking of which, the flesh of a demon beast like Wuxia is very nutritious. Should I kill it and eat its flesh without telling my master? Harry Ball shuddered and instinctively felt a chill. It looked at Old Wu Ba in confusion. It did not know that Old Wu Ba's brain had gone haywire again. No. I, Old Wu Ba, am the most loyal servant in the world. I will never eat the demon pet of my mistress. The most important thing was that Ning Fan might find out about it. Then, the consequences. Oh my. Little Wu Ba did not dare to imagine Ning Fan's expression when he gets angry. He could not bear the consequences. Fine. It's better for me to be an obedient and loyal servant. Safety comes first. Old Wu Ba's beady eyes became gentle again. Harry Ball, however, instinctively moved away from Old Wu Ba. It had a feeling that this person was up to no good. It let out another howl to express its gratitude and hurriedly ran away. I feel that it's very dangerous to stay here any longer. This old man seems to have gone haywire. I don't know what he will do. It's better for me to go back and listen to my parents' shameful voices. Damn you. This poor Taoist has saved you. If you run away just like that, how am I going to take credit from you? Old Wu Ba spat angrily. His spiritual selection concealment innate skill was too powerful. Even his treasure-seeking tortoise would not be able to sense him easily when he is trying to hide. Forget it. It's just a small merit. I don't need it. It's better for me to make a great contribution in the holy region and win back Master's good impression. This time, Master needs a total of 4 quotas to enter the Extreme Dan holy region. The medicine sect has 2 quotas. Master asked me to get 2 more quotas with my own ability. It's just a small matter. It's just a small matter. It's just 2 quotas. To me, little Wu Ba, it's just a piece of cake. In the following days, Old Wu Ba easily got the other 2 quotas. According to him, He had suffered a lot from the two great forces of the eastern sky. Of course, Ning Fan would not believe these nonsense. He knew that two more forces had been cheated by old Wu Ba, but he did not care about it. According to the information, once one enters the extreme Dan holy region, all spatial magic treasures would be unusable. For example, ordinary storage pouches, small kiliocosm treasures, and heavenly dwelling magic treasures would not be able to be opened. If cultivators want to enter the extreme Dan holy region, they must carry the special storage pouches of the extreme Dan divine city. Old Wu Ba would naturally prepare these things. Ning Fan did not need to worry about them. He spent a peaceful month with Ouyang Nuan. They either strolled around the market, accepted the visit of the old monster of the eastern sky, or had sex. It was rare for them to have some leisure time. Until the day when the extreme Dan holy region officially opens. On this day, an illusory gigantic beast corpse that looked like a mirage appeared in the starry sky above the divine city. It was not a real body, but a materialized form of an illusory passage. It was the corpse of a realm beast. Its body was so huge that it could cover half of the starry sky. The beast corpse's eyes were hollow. It opened its huge mouth little by little. Inside its mouth and abdomen, there was a dark light path. It was as if one could reach another world by following this light path. This light path was the way to the extreme Dan holy region. As soon as the beast corpse appeared, the entire Supreme Dan divine city was filled with excitement. It meant that the extreme Dan holy region had officially opened. Legend has it that the extreme Dan holy region is a place where an ancient saint gathered herbs. In order to prevent others from entering, he killed a ferocious demon-grade realm beast, and used the unique bloodline power of the realm beast to seal the entrance of the holy region. It only appears once every 10,000 years. Realm beast, huh? That's a powerful race in the northern heaven boundary river. This realm beast corpse is indeed too ancient. Its bloodline has already dried up. This is also the reason why the extreme Dan holy region is going to be sealed forever. Otherwise, if we can find another ferocious demon-grade realm beast's corpse. Rumor has it that after entering the belly of the realm beast, there are 3,600 landing points for us to choose from. Choosing different landing points will result in different places after entering the holy region. Finally, this day has come. I can't wait to enter the outer region to gain experience. My master had once entered this place, and left me a few secret places for ancient cultivators. Among them, there are still many stone chambers that have not been opened yet. Countless people fixed their eyes on the passage of the gigantic beast corpse in the starry sky. Ning Fan also looked at the corpse and reminisced about the past. It was not his first time seeing a realm beast. In the past, when he was heading to the Celestial Emperor Star Palace from the 9 divisions of the Luoyun tribe, he had a conflict with a realm beast. Realm beast, Northern Jade. In the past, he was completely unfamiliar with realm beasts and he did not know much about them. Today, however, he already knew that the so-called Realm Beast clan was actually one of the many ferocious races in the northern heaven boundary river. The boundary river was the passage that connected the 4 heavens. Each of the 4 heavens had its own boundary river, and there were many ferocious races living in each of the major boundary river. These ferocious races rarely left the boundary river, and there were also very few cultivators in the outside world who dared to go deep into the boundary river. Even a 7th tribulation demon emperor, like Phoenix Emperor Chongming, was severely injured in the boundary river of the eastern heaven. It was imaginable how dangerous the depths of each major boundary river were. The divine city had also sent out countless cultivators to maintain order in this place. There were also many experts of the divine city, who went to the vicinity of the beast corpse to guard and check the situation at the entrance. 2 hours later, the divine city's cultivators announced that there was no problem with the entrance. The cultivators who obtained the quota could register their names with the divine city's cultivators and leave their life tokens to enter the extreme Dan holy region. This was a grand event that only happened once in 10,000 years. Some young talents of the eastern heaven were already impatient and went to register their names. Then they waited outside the passage of the beast mouth. There were also some old monsters who were not willing to leave their life tokens and directly requested to enter the holy region. On this point, the Extreme Dan Divine City would not force them. You can leave your life token if you want to. However, they were afraid that no one would know if you died in the holy region, so they left a life token just in case. If you are not willing, no one will force you. At first, only some void fragmentation young talents who had a good family background were registering their life tokens. After that, human profound realm and ghost profound realm life immortals began to ascend to the sky one after another. When the number of people who entered the extreme Dan realm reached 150 or 60 people, the true immortals began to register. All of them were old monsters who had been famous in the eastern heaven for a long time. There were true crossing realm old monsters, and some void-shedding realm old monsters. There were almost no thought fragmentation realm old monsters. Just when many people thought that the strongest old monsters who entered the holy region this time were only those few thought fragmentation realm old monsters, a sudden rumble came from the starry sky. Rumbled in the snowy starry sky. There was a series of rumbling thunder first. Then, there was a lightning bolt that struck the sky and landed in the starry sky, turning into a fat figure with a fierce body. It's actually the flying thunder immortal king of the flamboyant mountain. Is this person also going to enter the holy region? Some cultivators were shocked. According to rumors, the holy region this time could only allow 6 tribulation immortal emperors to enter. However, in reality, no one really thought that there would be 6 tribulation immortal emperors who would rush to enter the holy region this time. If those immortal emperor realm old monsters wanted to enter the holy region to search for treasures, they would have already gone in during the previous times when the holy region was opened. They were confident in their identities and there was no need for them to rush to enter the holy region this time. After all, there were always too many unknowns and too many variables during the last opening of the holy region. There was absolutely no need for them to take this risk. Unexpectedly, an expert like the Flying Thunder Immortal King had actually come. Many people subconsciously looked at Ningfan. They seemed to have recalled the incident where Ningfan created a ruckus in the flamboyant mountain. They were rather looking forward to seeing the confrontation between Ningfan and Flying Thunder. Unfortunately, as soon as Flying Thunder arrived, he did not say much. He only exchanged a few words with the cultivators of the Divine City and completed the registration. After that, he closed his eyes and waited. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at Ningfan's direction. Flying Thunder. Ningfan muttered to himself. Roar. Another devil roar resounded from afar in the starry sky. Then, a giant who was as tall and sturdy as a cultivation planet approached them with huge strides. All of a sudden, the expressions of the disciples of Great Emperor Mo He in the Divine City changed. Eldest senior brother has actually come out from his seclusion. As the giant got closer to them, more and more people began to recognize his identity. He's actually the first disciple of Great Emperor Mo He, Qin Xianxia. This man has been in seclusion since 3,000 years ago to break through the third tribulation of the eternal era. Now that he has come out from seclusion, could it be that he has succeeded? He's a body cultivator who broke through the third tribulation of the eternal era. In the current Eastern Heaven, there are definitely only a handful of body cultivators who have reached such a realm. As soon as Qin Xianxiao arrived, he immediately got out of his giant form. After completing the registration with the cultivators of the Divine City, he suddenly looked down from above and cast a sidelong glance at the people below the Divine City. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Someone noticed that the direction that Qin Xianxiao was looking at was actually where Ningfan and the others were. He's not looking at me but... One air. Ningfan frowned slightly. Is this the first disciple of the medicine sect that Master mentioned? Qin Xianxia thought to himself. After Qin Xianxia, there were actually another 6 immortal venerables of the eternal era who intended to enter the holy region. Everyone gradually became numb to it. They were no longer surprised about the immortal venerables entering the holy region. At this moment, the Battle Rhino Immortal King suddenly left his life plate at the registration place. Is the Battle Rhino Immortal King also going to enter the holy region? Many people were greatly surprised. After that, there were no more experts registering. Ningfan did not wait any longer. He brought Ouyingnuan, Old Wu and Zhongyu to the sky. All of a sudden, the noisy Supreme Dan Divine City suddenly became quiet. As expected, the Rain Lord is going to enter the holy region. It's impossible for him to come here just to watch the show. Rumor has it that the Rain Lord has a close relationship with the first disciple of the medicine sect. Now it seems like it's true. Miss Nguyen has yet to break through to the second step, hasn't she? Why does her cultivation base give people the feeling that she's a profound mortal cultivator? Who is that lady who is wearing a veil? Her cultivation base seems to have already reached the peak shedding void realm. Is there really such a person in the Eastern Heaven? The veiled lady that everyone was talking about was naturally Zhongyu. With her ability to conceal herself, no one could tell that she was an immortal emperor. No one could recognize who she was either. After all, she used to be such an ancient figure. This lady looks a little familiar. In the starry sky far away, Great Sovereign Chongha, who was paying attention to this place, frowned slightly. The primal core Great Sovereign, who was hiding in the Supreme Dan Divine City, also frowned, but he could not see through Zhongyu's background. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not agree to leave his life plate, nor did he leave any information about his identity. Thus, the crowd of cultivators could not figure out Zhongyu's real background. Gradually, everyone's attention moved away from Zhongyu and landed on Old 8. The entire place was dead silent. Dead silence, dead silence, dead silence. Then, it was filled with the sound of discussions. Isn't he that cultivator with the black luck? Why is this cultivator with the surname Wu together with the Rain Lord? Could it be that they are together? Countless old monsters who had been bullied by Old Wu before felt a chill down their spines. Initially, they still had the intention to watch the show, but now, they could not wait to leave this place as soon as possible. They could not sit or stand in peace. Who knew if the appearance of Old Wu would cause the stars to fall and the earth to crack, causing a sudden storm and countless casualties? Some people even began to worry that the Supreme Dan Divine region would be faced with unimaginable dangers and unforeseen changes when Old Wu enters the Supreme Dan Divine region. Some old monsters who were eager to enter the Supreme Dan Divine region also began to feel anxious and hesitated to move forward. Would the Supreme Dan Divine region directly collapse because of this person's entry? Who can say for sure? Interesting. Don't provoke a tortoise with literature, and don't provoke a thief with martial arts. I didn't expect these two people to meet each other. Interesting. A slightly feminine voice of a young man suddenly sounded. When no one noticed it, there was one more person in the starry sky. No one could see clearly when this person appeared. Ning Fan's eyes also shrunk and looked at that person with a solemn expression. Even he could only see a trace of the person's arrival. It was a young man in black robes. His face was rather unfamiliar. He was so feminine that he did not seem like a man. It was hard to distinguish whether he was happy or angry, but it gave people a bone-chilling coldness. The chi of his cultivation base had reached the realm of the third eternal tribulation. Gradually, everyone saw a corner of the emblem on the young man's robes. Some of the more experienced people recognized the origin of the emblem and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark race. Even old monsters like Chong He and Yuan Dan who were hiding in the dark were shocked. Rumor had it that there would be people from the secret races who would intervene in the opening of the holy region this time. They did not expect it to be true. Suddenly, Chong He and Yuan Dan's eyes shrunk. They were shocked to find that there was another person hiding in the shadow of the young man in black robes. He was walking out of the shadow bit by bit. It was a person who was completely hidden in a cloak. He did not show his face and his cultivation base chi was also not strong. There were only 2 balls of ghost fire burning in his eye sockets. It gave people an extremely strange feeling. Even with Yuan Dan and Chong He's cultivation base, they did not notice the existence of this person at first. Ning Fan's eyes widened. When facing this cloaked cultivator, the ancient devil cultivation base in his body actually trembled, as if a lowly being was facing a superior being. Could it be that this cloaked cultivator is actually an ancient devil? Moreover, he's actually an ancient devil with a much stronger bloodline. I can't believe there's still such an ancient devil in this Dharma-ending era. Ning Fan secretly guessed the cloaked cultivator's identity. What concerned him more was that the trip to the holy region would not be as peaceful as it used to be with the interference of these two people from the dark race. Are these two people coming for me? Not only Ning Fan, but all the cultivators present were also guessing this possibility. The relationship between the inheritor of ancient chaos and the dark race had already reached the point of being incompatible like fire and water. However, both of them were afraid of each other, and could not openly fall out with each other. Would this trip to the holy region be the opportunity for both sides to fall out with each other? Is this young man the inheritor of ancient chaos? Little friendine. What do you think of this young man? The cloaked cultivator transmitted his voice in a hoarse voice. It's just us. This young man isn't the real Eternal Clan. He has a lot of secrets. The feminine young man glanced at Ning Fan indifferently with a hint of disdain. His name was Yin Luosha. He was the cultivator with the highest potential in the history of the dark race. It was said that his dark cultivation potential had even reached the level of the ancestor of the dark race, in Yuanshan. This person had the qualifications to be arrogant. Do you need me to get rid of this young man during this trip? No need. Old Mister's matter is the most important thing in this trip. If we succeed, this young man will be nothing. The feminine young man's expression became fiery. The revival of the dark race was more important than anything else. Of course, if everything goes smoothly, even the ancient Chaos Great Emperor would not be worth mentioning. He did not mind getting rid of an ant like Ning Fan. In the end, the conflict between Ning Fan and the dark race did not happen as the crowd had imagined. As time passed, all the cultivators who had obtained the quota had completed their registration. Then, they began to enter the passage of the beast's mouth one after another. Following the light path, they slowly entered another world. Of course, cultivators whose cultivation bases were too high needed to suppress their cultivation bases to enter. Ning Fan, Old Wu Ba and Zhongyu needed to suppress their cultivation bases before they could enter. The same light path could lead to 3,600 directions. Under Zhongyu's guidance, Ning Fan and the others entered one of the light paths. One had to admit that Zhongyu was indeed very familiar with this place. The place she chose to descend to was also completely different from the others. This sister seems to be very familiar with this place. Ouyang said in surprise. She did not know Zhongyu's true identity. She only roughly knew that she was one of Ning Fan's cauldrons. She seems to be called Zhongyu. She does have the same name as an ancient great emperor. However, there were many cases where people had the same name. It was not strange at all. No matter how highly Ouyang thought of her husband, she would not think that her husband could capture an immortal emperor to be his cauldron. With her around, things will be much more convenient. Ning Fan nodded. In the map that Ouyang master, Wei Wuji, gave her, there were a few hidden cave dwellings. The things that were sealed in those caves were very beneficial to Ouyang 5-colored medicine soul. Unfortunately, Wei Wuji could not take them out with his true immortal realm cultivation base. Now that Ning Fan was following them, many of those things could be taken away. As for the route that Zhongyu chose, it just so happened that they could enter the inner area from the outer area. Along the way, they would pass by these hidden cave dwellings and take away the things that were sealed in them. In this way, they would be able to complete Ouyang trial before entering the inner area. After that, they could proceed to other matters. Thank you, Sister Zhongyu. It's just a small matter. Later on, I also need to look for some things. I might need the help of your 9th Revolution 5-colored medicine soul. Zhongyu was very polite to Ouyang. She was not as hostile as she was to Ning Fan. This also made Ning Fan feel rather helpless. Zhongyu seemed to be born to be at odds with him. She would always call him a little thief. I have to change this form of address. The path of light gradually came to an end. Everyone felt that there was nothing under their feet. Suddenly, they fell into the world below their feet. What appeared under their feet was a world that was filled with the fragrance of medicine. Before they had much time to react, A few rays of silver light soared into the sky and flew towards them with a hissing sound. Be careful, Master. It's just a few void fragmentation realm silver flood dragons. Let little 8 deal with these trash for Master. Old Wu activated his ability. He wanted to kill these intruding silver flood dragons to show off in front of Ningfan. Unfortunately, as soon as he made his move, he felt a sense of weakness in his body. He had already suppressed his cultivation base to the crossing truth realm, making it much weaker. At this moment, he could not even use 1/10 of his magic power. As his magic power became sluggish, the power of his ability was greatly reduced. His attack did not manage to kill all of the silver flood dragons. Moreover, he was knocked a few steps backwards by one of the silver flood dragons. Damn it! I forgot that the medicine chi in this place is too strong. I need the power of the medicine soul stone to resist the medicine chi here. Otherwise, my magic power will be weakened. How embarrassing! A dignified immortal venerate of the ancient times was actually knocked back by a few void fragmentation realm small flood dragons, just because he suppressed his cultivation base, and was devoured by the medicine chi here. Even though he was not injured, it was extremely embarrassing. Roar! Little Furball looked at Old Wu with a hint of disdain. Where did the awe-inspiring manner of this old man go? Ningfan rubbed his forehead. He began to doubt the correctness of bringing Old Wu into this place. With a point of his finger, the sharp light of the ocean-defying sword swept across the sky, killing all of the silver flood dragons. His medicine soul was not as strong as Ouyang Yuan's, but it was much better than Old Wu's. Thus he was less affected by the medicine chi here. After killing the silver flood dragons, Ningfan and the others landed on the ground and began to observe this world. This was the extreme pill sacred region. Any tuft of grass was a rare spiritual herb. In the past, because it was the outer region, the age of the herbs would not be too old. After all, the outer region would undergo a purge every 10,000 years. The medicine chi here was extremely strong. With the current level of Ningfan's medicine soul, he could not completely resist the medicine chi here. Only by borrowing the power of the medicine soul stone could he survive in this kind of medicine chi. Among the 4 of them, the only one who could remain calm in this place seemed to be Ouyang Yuan, whose medicine soul had reached the 9th revolution. Fortunately, they had brought a lot of medicine soul stones with them. It was enough to sustain their consumption in the extreme pill sacred region. Ningfan spread his spirit sense and carefully observed this place. Then he took out the map of the outer region of the extreme pill sacred region. There's no need to look anymore. The place we are at is the southwest region of the outer region. There are a lot of valleys here, and there are quite a number of cave dwellings left behind by ancient cultivators. The cave dwellings that younger sister Ouyang is looking for are mostly on this route. Before we enter the outer region, there won't be much danger. Thus, I don't need to remind you anything. However, if you enter the inner region later on, you must pay attention to one thing. If you meet cultivators of the Debii clan, you must not kill them. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. Even an immortal emperor would not be able to escape unscathed. Zhang Yu reminded. Cultivators of the Debii clan? What does that mean? Ningfan's eyes turned cold. Information about the inner region of the extreme pill sacred region was rarely leaked out. Thus, it was his first time hearing about the existence of cultivators of the Debii clan in the inner region. The Debii clan, Ningfan did not know if it was an illusion, but the profound Yin world inside the Yin Yang locket sensed something after he entered this place. To be exact, it was not the Yin Yang locket that sensed this place, but the key that was sealed inside the stone door in the profound Yin world scripture depository tower. Is it because there is a stone door of infinite desolation in the inner region of this place? Ningfan had naturally obtained this information before. At this moment, he could not help but think about this possibility. I don't know much about the cultivators of the Debii clan in this place. These cultivators are extremely xenophobic. In short, if you meet them, you must be careful. There is no lack of immortal emperor realm experts in the Debii clan. Don't kill the people of the Debii clan easily. Moreover, if you want to successfully complete the few objectives of this trip, you will need the help of the Debii clan. In this way, it is necessary to gain the favor of the Debii clan. Chapter 998. I still have to gain the favor of the despicable clan? Ning Fan frowned. Given his personality, he did not like to please others. However, in order to achieve the goal of this trip, he would try to befriend the despicable clan even if he was unwilling to do so. Bringing Ouyang to the trial was his promise in the past. Helping the daughter of the Phoenix Emperor find spiritual herbs to repair her soul was also a promise. Helping Zhongyu to find a suitable physical body was also a promise. Of course, he needed to fulfill these promises. However, the most important thing in this trip was to help the 9 raccoon reach adulthood, obtain its blood and save the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Can you sense the location of the sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon clan in this world? Ning Fan patted the specially made spiritual beast pouch on his waist. Immediately, there was a response from the spiritual beast pouch. Master, the response is very weak. However, it does exist. There is no mistake. The sacrificial vessel of my clan does exist in this world. However, it is extremely far away from here. Besides, it seems to be kept in a place that is heavily guarded. Someone has sensed my presence and is currently using a technique to disturb me, unwilling to let me sense the exact location of the sacrificial vessel. The black cat in the spiritual beast pouch transmitted its voice to Ning Fan. Someone is actually using a technique to disturb me? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. The sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon is located in the inner area of the Supreme Pill Sacred region. However, it seems like the sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon is not without an owner. Fine. It doesn't matter if it has an owner or not. Even if I have to rob it by force, Ning Fan must get this sacrificial vessel of the 9 raccoon. I wonder if the treasure-searching compass can find the location of the sacrificial vessel. Ning Fan flipped his hand and took out the treasure-searching compass. He sent his spirit sense into it and performed a hand seal. All of a sudden, the compass began to rotate slowly. Light spots of different sizes appeared on the surface of the compass one after another. The light spots of different colors represented different meanings. The brighter the light spot, the higher the grade of the heavenly material and earthly treasure. This treasure-searching compass must be used together with spirit sense. Within the range of the user's spirit sense, all the treasures would have nowhere to hide. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's spirit sense could not cover the inner area of the Supreme Pill Sacred region. Even if he uses the heaven-peering rain technique, he could not do it. There seemed to be a layer of barrier between the outer area and the inner area, preventing spirit sense from entering. Unfortunately, even the treasure-searching compass couldn't find the specific location of the sacrificial artifact. He could only wait until he entered the inner area before searching. That's Reverend Arid Triad's treasure-searching compass. No, it's not the original. It's just an imitation. I can't believe that there's actually someone who can imitate this magical treasure to such an extent in this age of chaos. Zhongyu, who was at the side, saw the treasure-searching compass and let out a soft exclamation of surprise, just like how old Wu was back then. Reverend Arid Triad? Is it very famous? All of you seem rather surprised when you see this compass. Ning Fan asked old Wu and Zhongyu while controlling the compass. By the looks of it, the treasure-searching compass was most likely created by Phoenix Emperor Chongming imitating Reverend Arid Triads. Speaking of which, this place was worthy of being the place where the sage used to gather herbs. Although they did not find the exact location of the sacrificial vessel, they found many good things in the outer area. In the periphery of the holy region, the spirit herbs on the surface would be looted by the group of cultivators once every 10,000 years, so the age would not be too old. However, there were still plenty of ancient cultivators' cave residences hidden in the dark. There were also plenty of good stuff sealed inside. There was no lack of Hotian magic treasures, 9 revolutions lead elixirs, silver elixirs, millions of years-old spirit herbs. If that's the case, it was necessary for them to make a thorough search on their way to the inner area. There was no reason for them not to empty all the hidden cave residences along the way. You actually don't know who Reverend Arid Triad is? Zhongyu snorted disdainfully. Master, you don't know who Reverend Arid Triad is. He's the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. Old Wu pretended to be surprised and directly gave the answer. It was actually the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. Ning Fan was speechless. He had been cultivating the Tao for so long. Of course, he had heard about the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor before. Legend has it that the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor was an expert in divination. Legend has it that the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor was ruthless, cunning, and ruthless. In the end, the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor died in battle to protect the Southern Heaven. There were many legends about the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. However, none of them mentioned the name of Reverend Arid Triad. Ning Fan could not be blamed for being ignorant. Most of the powerful beings in the Eastern Heaven did not know about the secrets that Old Wu and Zhongyu knew. Old Wu cleared his throat with an excited expression. He wanted to tell his master the story about the Southern Heaven Ancestral Emperor. However, Ning Fan did not have the mood to listen to his master. Instead, he took out one of the medicine soul stones that had been distributed to him, and instantly absorbed all the medicine soul power within it. Then he took out another one, and continued to absorb it. Just like that, after absorbing the power of 800 pieces of medicine soul stones in a row, Ning Fan felt a little more relaxed. He no longer felt weak when he was invaded by the medicine qi when he first entered the Saint region. Old Wu found himself being snubbed. He sat down cross-legged while mumbling to himself, and began to refine the medicine soul stones as well. Unlike Ning Fan, Old Wu only heaved a sigh of relief after absorbing 1,000 pieces of medicine soul stones. Zhongyu had also absorbed 1,000 pieces of medicine soul stones. Even Little Furball and the black cat in the spiritual beast pouch had absorbed 1,000 pieces of medicine soul stones. As for Ouyang Wan, she did not need the power of the medicine soul stones at all to survive in this place. After all, she already had a 9th revolution lead grade medicine soul. The power of her medicine soul was not to be underestimated. Ning Fan estimated that with his mid-grade 7th revolution medicine soul, he could only use 200 less medicine soul stones compared to ordinary people. Each time he refined the medicine soul stones, he could last for 12 hours, which was half a day. Excluding Ouyang Wan, the 3 of them and the 2 demonic beasts needed to consume nearly 10,000 pieces of medicine soul stones a day. Ning Fan had only prepared 2 million pieces of medicine soul stones for this trip to the Saint region. Theoretically, Ning Fan and the others could only stay in the extreme Pill Saint region for 200 days at most before they needed to leave. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger if they did not have enough medicine soul stones. Of course, the opening of some secret abodes in the extreme Pill Saint region still required medicine soul stones. In that case, the duration of these 200 days would probably be greatly reduced. We don't have much time. Let's depart as soon as possible. The group of them began to fly towards the inner area. Not long after that, they arrived at the location of the first secret abode on their journey. It was a grassland. The grass here was as tall as a human. From time to time, one could see 100-year and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. However, to Ning Fan and the others, they were not worth mentioning at all. Thus, they did not spend any time picking them. This was the location of the first secret abode on Ouyang Wan's map. According to Wei Wuji, there were items that were beneficial to Ouyang Wan's 5-colored medicine soul in this abode. Interesting. The abodes of the cultivators of the 4 heavens are usually built between mountains and rivers. This abode, however, is built under the grassland. Ning Fan said casually. Even with his eyesight, he still had to spend a lot of effort to find out that there was a hidden abode in this place. To other cultivators who were not good at searching, it would probably be difficult for them to find out that there was a hidden abode in this place. TSK. The cultivators of the despicable clan are born in the grassland and die in the grassland. Therefore, they usually like to build their abodes on the grassland. The abodes left in the outer area of the Saint region are basically left behind by the cultivators of the despicable clan in ancient times. Naturally, most of them are built under the grassland. Zhongyu scoffed and explained. Born in the grassland and die in the grassland, huh? Ning Fan flicked his finger and took out several hundred pieces of medicine soul stones. He piled them on the ground and invoked a technique to open the abode. He had already obtained the information that the opening method of the abode of the cultivators in the Supreme Pill Saint region was different from the abodes of the four heavens. It required a special method to open the abode. Moreover, a certain amount of medicine soul stones was needed to open the abode. The exact amount of medicine soul stones needed to be used was directly related to the level of the abode. This small pile of medicine soul stones was not used up in this abode. It only used about 300 pieces. Abodes that cost 300 pieces were usually the abodes of life immortal realm cultivators. After knowing that the level of this abode was not high, Ning Fan, Old Wu's eighth and Zongyu's interest was not very high. As soon as the abode was opened, a tunnel entrance appeared on the ground. A long flight of stairs led straight to the underground. The stone stairs were very old. From time to time, there were concave walls on both sides of the stairs where Buddhist shrines were displayed. When they reached the underground, there were a total of 12 stone rooms. All of them were sealed by formations. This formation was connected to the earth and was maintained by the thick earth qi. Its defensive power was terrifyingly strong, even though it was just a life immortal realm abode. Without the permission of the owner, perhaps even some true immortals of the crossing truth realm would not be able to open the stone rooms here. What a strange formation! It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such a strange formation. He secretly circulated the force character and clearly saw the veins of the formation in this place. A moment later, he raised his palm and pressed on the stone door of the first stone room. Wait, Zongyu said anxiously. Currently, Ning Fan's cultivation base was suppressed to the crossing truth realm. If he rashly activated the grand formation without studying the formation in detail, there would be a lot of risks. This was also what Zongyu was worried about. Due to the influence of the child relic, she was disdainful towards Ning Fan. When she saw Ning Fan acting recklessly, she instinctively shouted out. What surprised her was that after Ning Fan's hand touched the stone door, he actually did not receive any counterattack from the formation in this place. Ning Fan's technique was too strange. It should be said that at the moment when he touched the stone door, he actually changed his hand seals for 24 times. At the moment when he touched the stone door, it actually opened with a creaking sound. He did not forcefully break the formation. Instead, he followed the veins of the formation and directly opened the stone door. This little thief. His cultivation base in the Tao of formations isn't weak. He actually completely saw through the formation of this place in an instant. Among the 10,000 ancient immortal venerables, I'm afraid there aren't many who could do this. Zongyu was secretly shocked. Her expression, however, sneered. This little thief is really powerful. Why did I worry about him in vain? Pui, it's impossible for me to care about this little thief at all. Illusion. Illusion. The first stone room stored some magic treasures. Most of them were not of high quality. Moreover, they had been around for a long time. Most of their spiritual power had been severely damaged. Ning Fan naturally did not care about these things. However, there were some refining materials that were piled up in the corner of the room. Ning Fan took them away. Most of them were refining materials that were unique to the Great Bay clan. Even though their grades were not high, they were things that could not be found in the Eastern Heaven. Ning Fan followed the same method and opened the remaining caves one after another. He obtained a total of 4,000 medicine soul stones, 7 sealed pills, some ancient books of the Great Bay clan, and a small medicine garden. There were quite a number of 1 million years old spiritual herbs inside. Even though their grades were not high, they were medicinal herbs that were unique to the Great Bay clan. Ning Fan had never seen any of them before. Ning Fan did not recognize the words in the ancient books. Thus, he could not understand them. They were probably things like life immortal realm cultivation methods, abilities and pill refinement recipes. 4,000 medicine soul stones was not a lot, but it was still considered a small gain. It could allow Ning Fan and the others to stay in the holy region for a longer period of time. The sealed pills, on the other hand, made Ning Fan click his tongue in amazement. The Great Bay clan seemed to be extremely good at storing pills. These 7 pills seemed to be from a long time ago. However, they were still filled with medicinal fragrance. At least 40 to 50% of their medicinal efficacy had been preserved. Moreover, Even though Ning Fan did not know the names of these 7 pills, he could sense that they were quite beneficial to improving the power of his medicine soul based on his medicine soul. 7 Ninth Revolution lead grade pills that could improve one's medicine soul. What your master wants you to take is probably these 7 pills, right? Ning Fan checked them repeatedly. Then he suddenly consumed one of the 7 pills. After checking its medicinal efficacy, he handed the remaining 6 pills to Ouyang Nuan. They were decent pills. There was a little bit of poison in them, but it was not much. To a life immortal realm cultivator, this little bit of poison was negligible. There was no harm in consuming them. Moreover, just a single pill was able to make his mid-7th revolution medicine soul advance to the high 7th revolution. This pill was indeed not bad. These pills are fine. You keep them first. When you have time, you can refine them and consume them. These pills are not bad. They are very beneficial to improving your medicine soul. Ning Fan reminded her. Ouyang Nuan's medicine soul was much stronger than Ning Fan's. She could tell that these pills were not bad at all with just a single glance. However, because of that, she was even more reluctant to consume them. She hesitated and said, "My husband is also a pill refinement master. Why don't you keep them for yourself and strive to attain the high 7th revolution pill refinement realm in one go?" There's no need for that. Pill refinement is no longer a necessary skill for me to cultivate until now. It doesn't make much of a difference whether I improve my medicine soul or not. On the other hand, if you consume one more pill, you will be able to attain the silver core grade medicine soul sooner. Ning Fan felt a little regretful. If it wasn't for the sake of testing his medicine, he would not even be willing to consume a single pill from her. It would be a bit of a waste for him to consume this pill. Then, alright. Anyway, after my pill refinement realm improves, my husband will also benefit from it. You can just look for me directly if you want to consume any pills. When Ouyang Nuan thought that she could concoct pills for Ning Fan, she no longer declined his offer. Since they had already looted everything in this place, there was no point for them to stay any longer. Thus, they left the cave dwelling and continued advancing towards the inner area. Along the way, they looted several hundred more cave dwellings. Some of them were recorded on Ouyang Nuan's map, while some of them were found by Ning Fan's treasure-searching compass. As they continued advancing, they managed to obtain another several 100,000 medicine soul stones. After deducting the amount used to open the cave dwellings, they still had 3 million medicine soul stones left. Other than medicine soul stones, they also obtained a lot of pills, spiritual herbs, ores and ancient records. The cave dwellings that Ouyang Nuan wanted to find on this trip could be considered to have been completely looted. As for the remaining few cave dwellings that were not on the route, they no longer took a detour. As they continued to loot, they really found some useful items. First of all, he found more than 10 tufts of innate spiritual herbs. Coincidentally, one of them had the effect of nourishing one's soul. Moreover, it was a type that Ning Fan had never obtained before. As such, he had already collected 5 out of the 7 types of innate spiritual herbs that he needed to save the daughter of the Phoenix Emperor. He only needed 2 more. Secondly, he actually found quite a number of Tao springs in the cave dwellings of some ancient cultivators. The spiritual spring water within them had been stored for countless years, and its quality was rather pure. It was the most suitable to water the 7 treasures wondrous tree. Naturally, he collected all of these Tao springs. Other than that, he also found a few supreme wood spiritual items in some of the cave dwellings. The power of the Tao law that they contained was rather pure. They were the most suitable to increase the power of the wood yin-yang technique in the future. The supreme pill sacred region was a medicinal garden. The wood qi there was already very thick. Thus, it was perfectly normal for it to produce such supreme wood spiritual items. Ning Fan had only spent 2 days to travel from the outer region to the inner region. Most of the time was not spent on the journey, but on looting the cave dwellings. Along the way, they would occasionally meet other cultivators who entered the sacred region together with them. However, they were basically all low-grade cultivators. When they saw Ning Fan and the others flying towards them, they were so frightened that they did not dare to act recklessly. Ning Fan naturally did not have the mood to care about these people. He only cared about his own journey. The boundary between the inner region and the outer region is right ahead. Zhang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. In general, the terrain of the outer region of the extreme pill sacred region was a big circle. The inner region was the outer region of the sacred region, while the boundless land outside the circle was the center of the sacred region. If a low-grade cultivator saw this scene, he would certainly burst into laughter and say that the person who divided the inner region and the outer region of the extreme pill sacred region was not clear-headed. He actually confused the inner and outer regions of the circle. However, was it really the other way around? All living beings are trapped in the circle. The inner and outer regions are originally uncertain, like a dream but also like waking up, like dust but also like the original. The great Tao is vast but humble. Wild grasses and weeds are scattered, lowering their heads but tenacious. This was an ancient tablet carved at the border of the inner circle. Ning Fan glanced at the ancient monument and felt that the words on it were filled with endless mysteries. What was even more unimaginable to him was the monstrous might contained within the words. It was as if it came from the immemorial era. It gave people a feeling that the sky was collapsing, making it hard for them to remain calm. Insignificant like an ant. Be it Ning Fan, Old Wu or even Zhang Yu. All of them had such a feeling when they saw this line of words. It was because the cultivation base of the person who wrote this line of words was shocking. The third step. Could this ancient tablet have been left behind by the sage who came here to pick herbs? Ning Fan secretly speculated. Every word and action of a saint contains supreme power. Even a few words could be used as a peerless killing move. This was something that immortal emperors like the ancient chaos and the undying being didn't have. Even though they were strong enough to fight against an incipient saint, as long as they weren't real saints, they wouldn't have this power. A single word from the saint could cause mountains and rivers to crumble, and a single word from the saint could sink the seas and land. Formula Tao could not be easily taught. This was a situation like this. As he got closer to the ancient monument, Ning Fan could feel that each of the words on the monument contained immense power. Any one of them had the power to kill an ancient immortal venerable. If I can take this ancient tablet away or take away this saint's words. While Ning Fan was having this thought, Old Wu was also having the same thought. The handwriting of a saint was something even more powerful than a connate artifact. If he could get his hands on it. Don't even think about it. I don't know how many experts have had the same thoughts as you. But the truth is that the ancient tablet is still here. And the saint's words are still here. This isn't something that second-step cultivators like us can take away. Even great cultivators from the ancient times can't do it. Immortal concubine Zhang Yu said to Ning Fan as if she had been through the same thing. There were actually quite a number of such ancient tablets in the periphery of the sanctuary. Unfortunately, no one had ever been able to collect the saint's words. She could not do it either. She had once tried this with the cultivation of a 9-tribulation immortal emperor, but in the end, she was seriously injured and failed. To second-step cultivators, without the permission of the saint, they could not even touch the saint's words. It's not my character to leave a treasure mountain untouched. If I don't give it a try, how would I know if I can collect the saint's words? Old Wu rubbed his palms together, eager to give it a try. Of course, he still needed to be cautious. However, compared to the saint's words, all caution was thrown to the back of his mind. These were the words left behind by the saint. They possessed heaven-shaking power. Old Wu could feel that if he dared to touch the ancient tablet's words, he would certainly suffer severe injuries. However, if he could succeed by luck, with the 36 saints' words in his hands, it would be enough for him to dominate the 4 heavens. Even an immortal emperor would have to fear him like a poisonous snake. Old Wu was eager to give it a try. Ning Fan pondered for a while. He had the God-exterminating shield to protect himself. More or less, he could give it a try. Even if he failed, he would not be injured. This place was already at the border of the inner area. There was no need for him to suppress his cultivation base. Old Wu released all of his aura force from his cultivation base, while Ning Fan also removed the suppression on his cultivation base. Just as both of them were about to try to collect the ancient tablet's words, their eyes suddenly moved. At the next moment, an ink drawing of a tiger that was 100 zhang large suddenly appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Then it let out a furious roar and crashed down from the sky. Suddenly, the surrounding area was stirred up violently. The power of the collision was actually comparable to a full-powered attack from a cultivator of the Duzhen realm. Touch the sacred object of my tower, would tribe. Kill without mercy. It was an exceptionally old voice. After that old voice, there were also many young voices. We swear to protect the sacred object of our tribe with our lives. We swear to protect the sacred object of our tribe with our lives. We swear to protect the sacred object of our tribe with our lives. One after another, human figures suddenly drilled out from the ground of the grassland. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. While the newcomers were brimming with killing intent, he raised his hand and crushed the tiger drawing technique that descended from the sky. Then he examined the newcomers. Great humble tribe. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.